Councilmember Peñalosa,
Present.
Councilmember Stowe,
He was on.
Well, he's there.
Oh, there he is. Good.
I'm here. I'm here.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. And see that there are none, and we've not gotten any for this part of electronically? No, Your Honor. Thank you very much, and we will now go into city council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before council in closed session this evening. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Angie Luna, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Pacheco v. Hishma Enterprises Incorporated et al., Court of Appeal, 5th Appellate District, case number F074356, F074357, F077323, Tulare County Superior Court, case number VCU 259965. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Vargas v. City of Porterville, Tulare County Superior Court, case number 282443. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases. Staff's report.
Thank you very much. It's 5:31. We will go into closed session. It is 6:46. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Just one item, Mayor, on item A1, the claim of Angie Luna on a motion by Mayor Flores, seconded by Vice Mayor Reyes, and a 5-0 vote. That claim was rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Reyes, and please remain standing for an invocation.
Salute, pledge.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to lead us in an invocation?
I'd like to.
Please.
Heavenly Father, please watch over all those who have gotten COVID and are in quarantine, and that you heal those that are in the hospital with COVID, and that you comfort in your arms those who have passed on because of COVID as they were alone in the hospital in their last hours. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. We will go on into the presentations, but I'm going to begin with the Knights of Columbus first. Please.
Thank you, Honor. We should have with us this evening members of our local Knights of Columbus that wish to make a presentation.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. Appreciate it very much. The Knights of Columbus, a Catholic Christian gentlemen's organization, was established in 1882 by Father Michael J. McGivney in a small Catholic church in New Haven, Connecticut. Our local St. Anne's Parish Council in Porterville was established in 1922, and as of 2019, there are over 2 million members worldwide. The 4 pillars of our organization are charity, unity, fraternity, and patriotism. An example of charity is we work locally by providing food to the needy in our community at St. Anne's Food Pantry. We are currently serving over 750 families per month. We have an average of 20 volunteers made up of Knights of Columbus, Catholic Daughters, and other Christian churches. We receive donations of food from FoodLink, Save Mart, Panera Bread, Grocery Outlet, Walmart Store and Distribution Center, Family Crisis Center, Gisler's Family Farms, and many other local farmers. Distribution is held on Wednesday and Thursday from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m. each week of the entire year. And I rephrase the entire year because many food banks open up for the holidays, where we remain open all year long. In unity, we unite to run fundraisers throughout the year supporting our church, youth, schools, and community. We also assist families or individuals in need within our parish. As a fraternal organization, we take an oath to defend all Christian lives from persecution, which is why we strongly defend the most at risk. We believe all human lives are a blessing from God from the moment of conception to natural death. Our patriotism to our country is unquestionable. The Knights lobbied to have the words "under God" added to the Pledge of Allegiance. On June 14, 1954, President Eisenhower signed into law a resolution passed by Congress that amended the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance. Later that year, President Eisenhower wrote a letter to our organization thanking the Knights for their efforts in this change. President John F. Kennedy, a fourth-degree Sir Knight, delivered his inaugural presidential address, in which he famously challenged his fellow Americans to ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. In the next paragraph, he reminded the nation that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. The Knights of Columbus will always defend our country, protect its history, and help rebuild the monuments that represent the United States of America. Today, we continue our support for our community specifically our firefighters and future library. Together with the partnership of Galaxy 9 Theater, especially General Manager James Reyna and District Manager Veronica Garcia, we have been able to bring faith-based movies to Porterville for the past 3 years now. This provides us with another vehicle to continue spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ and much-needed good quality entertainment for this community. In March, we partnered up to bring the movie I Still Believe. Galaxy 9 Theater donated their largest screen for 2 showings of the movie. The Knights marketed and sold movie tickets at various locations throughout the city. The first showing was almost completely sold out, but unfortunately, the pandemic hit and the second showing had very little attendance. All proceeds from ticket sales were targeted for the firemen who worked the library fire to ensure they could obtain counseling to overcome any depression or underlying issues. A son of my personal friends was one of the 2 firefighters to go in and bring out Captain Raymond Figueroa, but was unable to go back to try and assist Patrick Jones. This young man dealt with a huge sense of guilt. This moved me to have this fundraiser for him and his brothers that were or are still feeling guilt. I noticed several fundraisers for the families of Captain Raymond Figueroa and Patrick Jones, and rightly so. I just wanted to make sure that their brothers were not forgotten either. And all remaining funds not used by the firefighters for counseling sessions can be used towards rebuilding our library and preserving our history. So today, it is with great honor that the Knights of Columbus present the City of Porterville a check for $3,500 to be used for our firefighters and public library. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say what an honor to be given this blessing to something that was horrific. Thank you very much. You have no idea how many of us felt that evening when we were standing and watching and supporting our fire department and all the people that were there. It is humbling and appreciated. Please join me.
Mayor, if I may, I'd also like to say thank you to the Knights of Columbus for all their work in assisting our firefighters and the library. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
As you exit, it wasn't too long ago, I was standing with the Knights of Columbus at Grocery Outlet in that drive and then that initiative that all the proceeds go to the food pantry. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. We will now go on into the next presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our second presentation this evening is by the Porterville Chamber of Commerce and providing their quarterly report.
Thank you.
Hi there, everybody. First time I put on a nice, clean white shirt in a long, long time. Nice that it was here at the Chamber of Commerce. Wish it was at dinner somewhere. But here we are. My name's Rob Taylor. I am from Stafford's Chocolates and a member of the Chamber of Commerce Board. It's my pleasure to address the council tonight because this should be the last time that I address the council as a member of the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, since I'm finishing up my 6th year of a 1-year term. But I wanted to mention how proud I am of what the Chamber's accomplished over the last 6 years since I've been on there. Not to toot my own horn, that's not the point, I'm a humble volunteer, but what the past Board of Directors have done, what the last 3 CEOs have done, going on 4 now. But, you know, we were really in a financial hole about 6 years ago when I joined the board, not knowing any of this. And if anybody has ever been in a position in their business or in their organization that they belong to, whatever that it might be, you will, if you've been in a tough financial spot, you know how all-consuming that is to you. And I can tell you that over the last 6 years, every board meeting, every cup of coffee, every meeting of any type always seemed to direct itself back to the financial health of the chamber. Now, over this period of time, though, the chamber has been able to fulfill all its obligations to the city, and I also am very proud to say that for the most part, it has been able to do the same for its members. I wish I had a little more time to discuss some of this stuff with you, but time being what it is. But I'm here to announce tonight, with a lot of pride and a bunch of giddiness, that I believe the chamber has turned a critical corner and is now on its way back to greatness. Thanks to Jason, who's been our what do we call you anyway? What's the chamber board chairman, who has really taken on the active role as the CEO over the last several months, virtually by himself, since all of us were still working, has done a pretty darn good job keeping the door open, and I might add, has done all this without taking $1 of pay. So we're very proud of what Jason has accomplished. Having said that, I can say that this current board has certainly not been sitting still during this whole COVID-19 situation. Over the last 5 months, we've educated ourselves. We've been developing a healthy pathway, the chamber that will better represent the city and the business community. We've been working on member diversity and board member diversity. That's one of our top priorities. We've developed new job descriptions for the CEO and for the office manager. We've been working on more education, member education, working with the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. That's actually where I'm heading, to that board, to help our community in that direction. But there's a lot to take advantage of there, and we need to work closely with those guys. They've got a lot of great resources for us. We're working on some comprehensive training for both Spanish-speaking members and our English-speaking members. Looking forward to that coming up. And we've gone through an exhaustive CEO search over the last 3 months, which I hope you don't have to do that with your city manager anytime soon, because that kind of stuff sucks the life out of you, believe me. So stick around, John. But most importantly, before we get to the presentation, and this comes from the bottom of my heart as just a member of the community and a chamber member, that I hope we can work on a renewed commitment to work closely with our city officials to help recruit and attract new businesses, as well as maintain a strong, positive local business mindset or culture, whatever you want to call it, and work a little closer with the council down in the trenches to do that. I think that over the last several years, that really hasn't been a productive partnership, and it could be, and it should be. So one last kudos to all the CEOs over the last 3 or 4 years that have done their share and done their part to help the chamber reach the point it is today. We lost a lot of good people along the way, a lot of good men, a lot of good women, and a lot of good CEOs. It hasn't been easy. It's not something for everybody. A lot of guys don't sign up for for that kind of stuff. They're looking for something that's a little more status quo, that's a little more even, where they can go in, work real hard to do what they had planned to do, not to come in and try to keep an organization that's struggling financially in business. So kudos to all those guys, including Monty, who did their share to help keep things going. With that, let's do a quick presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here to try to answer. We've got all the smart guys from the board behind me to help if I can't. I'm just the front guy. And we'll go from there. So roll them. Are those them? Yeah, that's okay. I've got glasses and this really nifty mask that's okay, you can see what we've been doing. Final reviews completed our CEO position. We do have a new CEO ready to go. She's sitting in the back, but I'm not going to be the one to introduce her. So we'll just keep that on the lowdown for now. Continuing increased communications with local businesses and help share important information from the city. Related programs, the PPP and several other things with the CEO position filled now and COVID-19 restrictions lifted. Well, we need to kind of redo that. But we still are working on visitor center stuff, a lot of stuff behind the scenes, things that, we're just gearing up for the day we can open back up. Bank of Sierra and Sierra View Medical Center reviewed their Circle of Excellence, which is an important part of our budget. We've continued the Governmental Affairs Committee via Zoom, and that's still been well attended. Almost, I think it might even be a discussion to keep doing it that way once everything's done, because it seems we're getting some good people there. Next slide, please. This one is most impressive to me because, when the COVID thing hit, we're all wondering, what are we going to do? We're waiting to see what's next. And a lot of organizations, a lot of places, a lot of businesses pretty much froze and decided to wait this thing out, but not the Porterville Chamber. We started a virtual presence, and as you can see, that we have almost 4,000 followers now on Facebook and over 1,000 on Insta, which my daughter tells me is pretty good. In the past 3 months, we've added almost 250 new followers, which is with a very nice little increase, and we've reached over 2,000 people. Now, there was not a lot of other things we could have been doing during this time, really. So we took on the challenge of having more of a virtual presence, which is Jason's expertise, luckily. And we have, I think, set ourselves up now for the future to really be a player out there in the virtual land that we're all a part of today. Moving forward, we're anxiously waiting to get back to work and to begin our preparation for Iris Festival, business showcases, Friday night concerts, and hopefully concert at the park at some point. But we're also discussing some other great ideas. The other good thing about all of this, and there isn't much, but another good thing is that we've been able to connect with other chambers around the area and around the country, and have been able to share some ideas on some new events. So. We're looking forward to being able to present those at some point. We have created some positive interactions with both chamber and non-chamber members in order to maintain businesses. We've actually we've got some new members, which is cool, and that's a good sign. It shows me out there that there is still some hope in the business community. Talked about social media already. We are planning virtual workshops The good thing about virtual workshops and things like that is you don't have to hire somebody to come in and do a workshop for you, and hope to God you can sell enough tickets or enough spots to cover the guy. Virtual workshops, we can pick up for almost nothing, and we could charge or we could do them for free. We have an option there, but I would imagine that we'll do these for free for a while. At some point, we will engage new local students, and the infrastructure's there, the interest is there, so we're just kind of waiting to find out what's going to happen with all of that. And we are looking forward to being more involved, hopefully, with promoting the Mighty 190 campaign. Again, that's one of the things I think that the Chamber could really benefit from, and what the Mighty 190 efforts can benefit from as well is the Chamber's resources. Formation of group, there's a formation of group, if I read that right. Anyway, there's a local group of business people that have volunteered to get together to help kind of be a sounding board for the board and for the new CEO. I think that's a long time coming. It's tough to find local business people right now to volunteer for anything, since the future is so unclear, but we have a group that is definitely interested in making our community better and being a part of that. And that I'm excited about and really appreciative. With that, I'll say thank you. I appreciate the support in the past. Over the last 6 years, we obviously couldn't have made it without the help of the city. I know in a lot of cities have decided not to help fund their local chambers anymore. I think that we would all agree that it's a very important part of our community and much needed, which is the reason why I've stuck around as long as I have. I'm a big supporter. I'm a big believer in the fact that if a lot of Stafford's success has come from my involvement with the chamber, and I'll stand by my words there. Any questions?
Council?
Thank you, Rob, for the presentation. And I know these have been difficult times with the COVID, the inability to do the events. So I really think that the agreement needs to be reviewed. COVID's going to be here for a while, and we need to determine how that agreement could also satisfy what we need to do for the city as well. And I think you phrased in partnership with the city, maybe look at more attraction for business, and I think that would be really great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Smiling.
I know, I saw.
Okay.
I know you can't tell if you're smiling or not with people anymore. So I do believe we need to do that. I was a little concerned as I read the report that there were no, for instance, and I lost my place, but for instance, that you have more followers on Facebook, Instagram. How did you create that enthusiasm to get more followers? Did you have workshops, or not workshops, did you post different kinds of things that would have attracted people? And then the other is, what type of workshops were held for the increased communication on social media channels? You know, having the CEO, I'd welcome them to the Mighty 190. We really need to have the chamber as part of that, because that is tourism. And they're already coming from other areas to Porterville, well, up to the mountain areas. So we need to find a way how we can attract them, how we can market it. And that really is an important part that the chamber could play. So I think there's some things that we need to do. I know I've always been supportive of the chamber, and I know in the past years we've said, well, do we fund, do we not fund? But I think we just need to talk a little bit more about that agreement, from my standpoint anyway. But thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and chime in because I do believe that the agreement needs to be looked at, and there has to have that discussion. Over the years, I myself have been a member of the chamber when I had my business, my small business, and as an individual. And that's a separate, because I would have questions as far as the city making the investment in the chamber. And I understand that in the past, individuals have been members, but the city perhaps is just making an investment, and that's where it is. When I look at the following of the social media accounts, I'm saying, okay, you may have a following on social media, but where's the following with the membership? And how much of that would be a part of that? And I understand with COVID, because we're all faced with reality, that includes us, as far as our budget and where it is we're going to go, and to carry things over. When I look at the formation of the group comprising of local businesses to assist and guide the CEO, that to me sounds like it would be a different formation away from the makeup of the board. And as I said, there are a lot of questions that probably need answered. And as an outsider looking in, I'm saying I would hate to see the small business component not be there. And I'm looking at you, why are you going to leave? You know, it's one of these that you need to bring the component of the businesses, of the small businesses, back into the makeup and the composition of your board, so that you don't lose that, and see where it goes from there. But we can have that discussion at another time and look at it. And as I look at, for discussion, as I look at the last report that was given to us in April, and it was submitted, of course, it was specifically on planning the utilization of social media channels to do more advertising. And it says here that to show them how to promote a business at a fraction of the price of conventional advertising. I understand. So as I said, I want to thank you for the report that you have presented, and it's something that we need to look at. Councilmember Stowe, did you have any questions? Councilmember Stowe? Councilmember Peñalosa? Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I did. I just wanted to make some comments. First of all, thank you, Rob Taylor, for presenting on behalf of the chamber. Thank you for being a strong small business leader in our community, and you know, we support you all the way. You know, myself and many community members across the city and around the county, and so I'm proud of you and how far you've come and your support for the community as well. Want to mention that, you know, I think that Chamber of Commerce has a very will always have a strong I would say is a strong voice in our community as you bring different partners and different people as stakeholders to be part of the board alongside your membership. I haven't been able to participate as much myself with the Chamber of Commerce of Porterville, but I did initially had the opportunity to join you for your morning Friday coffees, and I appreciated the network that exists there with the community. And I look forward to continuing to support the chamber in their future endeavors, and really look to see how the city can collaborate to ensure that we can bring more businesses to our community. That not only just bringing new businesses and new names, but really bringing in businesses that continue to support our overall community, and that will bring more opportunities for the young people, for the overall population, and really. There's a lot of opportunities that I see as you speak about. I know I heard you mention something about working with the high schools or working with the youth. I think you know, myself. I mean, I'm not too young anymore, but you know, I really think that we should take those opportunities to work with the students to really prep them to believe that they can be business leaders in our community and bring resources to our city and to the community at large. So I really look forward to seeing the work of the new CEO and looking to see how we can better bring a strong economic force to the city of Porterville. So thank you, and look forward to seeing you around at Stafford Chocolates.
Thank you. Thanks for the commercial.
Councilmember Stowe.
I have no comments, Your Honor. Thank you.
Comments? Thank you very much. No other comments? Please.
I found my list.
Okay.
Well, I want to thank you for including Spanish information. I think that's very much needed. And the other is that I really look forward to seeing the vision of the new CEO. And in the future, would like to see a page where at least where the city funds were used. I think that's really important for not us, but as well as the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing the information.
Nice to see
Appreciate
you,
it.
Monty.
Nice
Thanks.
to see you all.
One last question, then you guys want to have a discussion. When do we start that? We're on a roll. We want to keep going. I hope that this doesn't go on for a long time.
We can, I mean, I saw Alan's here. We can start on that
Tomorrow?
tomorrow.
All right. We'll look forward to hearing from you guys then.
Thank you
Okay,
very
thanks very
much.
much.
Thank you.
Are you introducing a new CEO?
Who's going to introduce the new CEO?
PR guy should be able to do it anyway. And again, I just want to extend my thank you to Rob Taylor, because he made a sacrifice to come down to Main Street with his business. And in conversations of being here for 5 years, I see so much potential in the city of Porterville. I'm looking forward to it. Technically, we're going to send everything out tomorrow, but I think tonight would be a good time to do it. And I do want to introduce Jessica Brackeen as our new CEO president. Jessica has worked for several businesses here in Porterville. I think she is going to be able to give us that positive movement that we're looking moving forward. And again, I do want to publicly thank Monty for everything he did for the chamber. It is not an easy job, as Monty can tell you, having to do that. But in the conversations, and especially Virginia, as you mentioned, with the Mighty 190, I do have some ideas from a marketing standpoint about what we can do and really work with the city on doing that. That's one of the reasons why I'm like being a drone pilot that we can use, because I think there's a lot of potential to what we can do there. And so I think that's how we look at it moving forward, is really working with the city to promote that and looking at what can we do to bring outside people from the Bay Area and LA, Southern California to come to Porterville, because I think we're starting to see that more and more. I'm starting to hear about more and more people that are coming into this area. And I think we're on the precipice of something that's going to be very positive in the future. So.
Thank you very much.
I'm really excited to get started.
Come on. Don't be shy.
Thank you. Like he said, I am Jessica Brackeen. I am very excited to be part of the chamber. I probably came to a chamber mixer like 15 years ago, 12 years ago, and I remember seeing the energy and the networking, and I was just so excited. And from that point, it was something that I always wanted to get and be part of, and so I am just really excited to be part and share some new visions and some new fresh ideas. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for the public hearing, item number 20, please hold your comment at that time when it comes up on the agenda, and you will be given the opportunity to speak at that time. Oral communications, do we have any communications that have been sent electronically? Okay, let's go with the ones in the audience, and then we'll go with those, please.
Brock Neely, address on record. Mr. Lawless, I have some documents. What this is you received it probably in your email. In case you didn't, here's a printed copy. This is a peer-reviewed study that was done in 1997 about the effects of fireworks on veterans with PTSD. On the night of July 4th, my husband was curled up in a ball asking to be sent back to Vietnam. It was pure hell in this town. It's got to stop. You need to make fireworks illegal and save our veterans from PTSD and completing suicide.
Thank you.
We can't do that.
All right, so I would like to talk about several items, one of them being the Tule River Parkway restoration grant, but let me do the others first. On item 14, it talks about the lighting and landscape districts, and looking at the site plans for the different landscape districts, I think we are losing an opportunity in the way the subdivisions are planned. I don't know if any changes can be made in how we're doing this to these current, in the districts that you're going to be considering today. I wanted to talk about the Nader Homes, which is west of 65 along the river, and then also the Summit Estates Phase 1, Summit Estates Phase 2, and Summit Estates 2 Phase 1. Those are all along the Tule River, west of 65. And the Summit Estates, those three, have a frontage road along the river, River Springs. If there was a pathway developed within the subdivision plan on the river side of the road, it would have several benefits. One of them is that it would provide a pedestrian trail, a bike and pedestrian trail, separate from the road surface. And that would be, it would increase the beautification of the community. And what you see along River Springs Road is that the weedy kind of growth comes right up to the road surface. If there was a pathway right at the road surface towards the river, I really think you'd have a more beautiful vista. It would also decrease fire hazards. When you have dry, weedy growth right along a road surface, you increase the chance of something like a cigarette butt or some other ignition source happening and fire occurring from that. And it would provide more recreation for the community. So the three Summit Estates are of that category right along River Springs Road. The Nader Homes has no road right along the junction of the development and the wildlands or the river corridor oh, 3 minutes. May I have more time, please?
Just a couple more,
Okay.
just two.
So in the past, the plan has been that there would be a road between development and the river, not a direct backyard fence kind of situation. The last one about the landscape districts is the Windsor Court. Windsor Court backs or has a road, Theta, that goes along the Porter Slough. That would have been another opportunity for a trail or that's created within the project. Okay, now I'd like to talk about the Tule River Restoration Grant. So I'm available if you have any questions about the Tule River Restoration Project. I wrote it in conjunction with John Merriweather of U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And there were a lot of aspects to it. I was going to show you pictures of the site. But I think I will just, because of time, just leave it with that, and I'm available to answer any questions as you're considering it. Number 12. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And that is number 19? Number 19, okay. So
I'm sorry, we're going to go on to the next oral communication. I apologize, but we need to move on because we have several that are coming in electronically.
Hello, Greg Sheldon, 88 North Wilford Drive. If I could give this to Mr. Lawless. There's some for the council, maybe even some for the lawyer. I'm going to speak on the, I'm glad to see that that we got the proposed tax measure, the text of it on the agenda. I kind of went through it. Jim Winton always told me to read everything, and when he was alive, I just delayed until he read it for me. So he isn't around anymore, so I've got to do my reading. The first paragraph here, this came from our RFP, and it talks about the reason for disqualification. Application was received late, application incorrect. And then the bottom one is more than one application is received for the same cannabis business type on one property, stacking of applications. And what we were trying to do is, we didn't want, I presume what we were trying to do is we didn't want one person to identify a building, then have 9 people come in and ask for the same building, and then whoever got it was the one that took the building over. And we wanted everyone to negotiate and arrange for their own location instead of trying to, manipulate the system. Good idea. The problem came is we really didn't define what the word property meant. Whether the property was the structure, whether the property was the land, whether the property was the APN, and so it led to some confusion about whether or not you could have 1 or 2 businesses on. And where it becomes problematic is like in a situation where, like, let's say the Target shopping center, where you have 50 businesses in buildings that are connected to each other. And if you read it in its most literal sense, what you end up with is that only one business could be there, even if it were a quarter mile apart, because it's one piece of property. And then the next property right next door to it, that there could be a business there 10 feet away because it's a different APN number, and I don't think that was the intention. Now, what we did, as I read this proposed tax measure, is I'm going to pronounce it premises. Mr. Bailey helped me on that because I didn't want it to be confused with the premise, which is a hypothetical theory. But anyway, the premises, and this is, again, from our proposed text of our tax measure. Premises means the designated structure or structures and lands specified in the application that is owned, leased, or otherwise held under control of the applicant or licensee where the commercial cannabis activity will be or is conducted. The premises shall be a contiguous area and shall only be occupied by one licensee. So it sounds like, okay, you can only have one license on this premises. The problem is as you go farther down there in here, 1524.4, number 3, it says, if more than one cannabis business operates on the premises, each person shall be responsible for paying a tax. Please indulge me.
Couple more minutes.
So what you've got here is you've either got a contradiction or you've got a confusion about what the definition is. Because it says here, you can only have one on a premise. And then in number 3, it says, if there's more than one on the premises, then they all have to pay their own tax. Well, obviously, if you've got one, you can't have the other. I think what they're trying to say here is a premises is like a building. If there's 5 buildings on a piece of property, you have different addresses. Each one is a premises, in which case each one is eligible for a license. I think it's a good idea. It allows for co-location of different endeavors. I think the thing can be fixed by just on the definition part saying 1 or more premises shall be allowed on a parcel of property. City still has the power to limit it, say I only want 1 on this APN number, but the problem is if we put this on the tax measure and it passes, and then we decide down the road that we do want to co-locate one, even We can't because it's by the tax measure. We can't even undo it, I don't think, as a council, short of having another ballot measure. So I think that we need to address that and fix it so we don't have this problem down the road. Now, what's interesting to kind of more buttress this argument is if you go down to below number 5 on page 2, this is a passage from the Cannabis Code, State of California. Again, premises location. Nothing in this section shall be interpreted to prohibit 2 or more licensed premises from occupying separate portions of the same parcel of land or sharing common use areas such as bathroom, break room, hallway. So the state law goes on to say, listen, you can do this. So we're not sowing any new ground here, and what I'm just trying to prevent us from doing is adopting something that we then can't undo without a lot of work. Again, and I'll speed it up, 5006, it even talks about this. If a proposed premises consists of only a portion of property, that means the building's only, there's going to be other land besides it, that will contain 2 or more licensed premises, the diagram shall surely show. So again, it goes on. This is.
Please summarize.
All right. So the point is, we need to fix that. Also, if you'll note on page 2, it starts out with number 3 and goes to 5. Somewhere there was a 4. So either that was removed accidentally or on purpose before this was submitted. So we either, if it was on purpose, then that's great, we'll change it to 4. If it's not, we need to find out where 4 is. Anyway, so I'm just trying to tell you that you've got some inconsistencies here that if you don't address them now, they'll be awful hard to unwind down the road. And I think, again, having more than one on, the ability to have more than one on a piece of property, and it talks about micro businesses, it's a lot more beneficial because otherwise every person's going to have to buy a separate piece of property to do every aspect of it. And that's not really what you want here.
Thank you very much. Any more? No? And then now we'll go into the communications that have been sent in.
Thank you, Honor. We have a number of comments, so I'll be reading for a bit here. So first, communication is received from John Coffey. Council, I know that some organizations sell fireworks as a moneymaker for their organization. However, which is more important, the bottom line of an organization or the mental well-being of our city and of veterans in particular? Last night, July 4th, I was wishing I could be back in Vietnam during Tet. Yes, we had both incoming mortar fire and rockets, but it was still more quiet. As a veterans, I am begging you to ban all fireworks within Porterville and start pressing Tulare County to do the same. This nonsense has to stop before we lose more veterans to poor choices. John Coffey, Porterville. Mr. Coffey also sent a second. Why does the mayor not start city council meetings on time when a meeting is noticed to start at 6:30 p.m. and is supposed to start on time and not several minutes late? You are being very rude to the citizens of Porterville. Would you act this way if we were there in person? I would like a response from the mayor, John Coffey. Next comment is received from Heather Billings. As a resident and parent of Porterville, I would like to know why the 2 5G towers that are up are only in the low-income areas of town. I feel this is environmental discrimination. I don't understand how this was allowed to happen. There has been no significant safety studies done on the health effects and safety of 5G. I have photos and video of the amounts that the tower is projecting to my home. I would like more investigation on the city's part before allowing any more of these towers to be placed in Porterville. And I would like further investigation on the placement of these towers on the east side and in District 3. The purchase of that property and placement of those towers had to be approved at some point. How did this happen? I would also like to see policies put in action that would require all home developers include a park, new and home developments in order to be approved by City Council. I have recently seen improvements in District 3 of temporarily patched potholes and 3 new street lights. I acknowledge these improvements and appreciate the council's time and effort in approving them. Heather Billings. Next is from Travis Howell. I read on Facebook that there is a movement starting to make all private fireworks illegal in the city. I want to go on record as being absolutely in support of such an action. I would love to see our town return to that time when the holiday was not used as an excuse to destroy our domestic tranquility in order to enrich money-hungry nonprofits. What good can these vendors of chaos possibly do to make up for all of the harmful effects of the fireworks on our animals, our veterans, on our air quality, and our right to a peaceful life. Please rid us of this blight. Next is from George Sell to the Porterville City Council. I am writing about the extreme amount of legal fireworks activity on the 4th of July. I have lived in Porterville for 70-plus years. As a child and young adult, I enjoyed having family get-togethers for a barbecue and fireworks. Many years going to the fireworks also at Jamison Stadium. Fireworks were always a major part of the 4th. Now fast forward to the June 2020, beginning around the first week in June, we had many illegal fireworks nightly. Continued to July 3rd when I called in a fire on Telegraph Hill near Scenic Heights on North Main. After seeing flames near the top of the hill, I called the Porterville Fire Department to report the fire or get the number to report it to the county fire department. The phone rang for at least 10 times with no answer. I redialed and called again, thinking maybe I had called the wrong number. This time it rang about 10 times again and still no answer. So I called the police phone, not 911. A woman answers and asks if she can put me on hold. I told her, no, I'm reporting a fire since the fire department doesn't answer. After I give her the information, she says there are units on their way and thanked me. What is with the fire department not answering their phone? As a homeowner, I'm very concerned that they may be too busy to respond. 2 calls and nothing. This needs to be looked into for everyone's safety. I'm glad I wasn't calling for emergency care on or my house was on fire. Now forward to July 4, 2020, I have never seen so many illegal fireworks being lit up. The illegal fireworks were going off around 6 p.m. The sun is still up. As the night darkens, the illegal fireworks now were non-stop, from the many aerials to the deafening booming ones, plus the familiar save insane ones. From 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., we were under siege. The aerials, many professional grade fireworks, were nonstop, completely circling our house. Between the safe, insane, and illegal fireworks smoke, you cannot see the streetlights. It looks like a thick fog. I look out our front door and saw a new neighbor in our cul-de-sac with approximately 40 to 50 people from his house lined up lighting fireworks. At first it was the safe, insane ones. As the night went on, out came the many illegal aerial fireworks. It went on for over 30 minutes of the aerial fireworks. I've called the police in past years and even had a neighbor a street away fined for illegal fireworks. With the response of the fire and police department on the phone the night before, I thought they won't come out, even though a Porterville police officer and his family live a few houses away. If he was home, they wouldn't have been any way that he didn't know these illegal fireworks were so close. Today, I have 3 bottle rocket remains that landed on the front yard, backyard, and driveway, and several on the roof of my house. I've owned 3 cats for 4 years now, and they had mildly been bothered by fireworks. This year, one of our cats was so traumatized by the 4 fireworks last night, he hid under a skirted sofa, eyes looking like silver dollars. I tried to get him out around midnight, but he wouldn't budge. I woke around 4 a.m. and he was sitting on top of another sofa in the front of our house looking through the shutters. He wouldn't let me pet him. He's scared to death. All this morning, he is either pacing or back under the sofa. It is 6 p.m. and he wants to go outside. We have kept our cats inside with their pet door closed, afraid that what would happen if they get out tonight. In the past, we have had fireworks for several days after the 4th. This is wrong on so many levels. My husband and I have compromised immune systems. My husband, who served in Vietnam, 67 to 68, during the Tet Offensive, has PTSD, and loud booms really bother him from professional-grade aerial fireworks. We have been staying home since mid-February due to the pandemic. Since it is not safe to go out because of so many people refusing to wear a mask, even if we do, we are confined to our home for our safety. Now we feel it is unsafe for us and our pets also. After this horrible experience, I feel Porterville doesn't need to sell any fireworks, period. I have seen on Facebook that I'm not the only one who feels this way. Many people are just not respectful of other people or their pets. They have been cooped up for months and now feel they are free to do what they want to do. Have a celebration even though we are in a pandemic. We have dry land around Porterville just ripe for a fire. Now knowing the fire department may be too busy to answer the phone or even come out, there needs to be changes made, at least an investigation. I remember reading that Porterville was diced up into sections. Do the police would guard their quadrant? Wow, what happened to that taking place. In the 17 years we have lived in this house, I have seen at the most 10 times a police car come by. On one call out, I talked to the two officers, and they said they didn't even know these houses were here. I told them they need to get out more and drive through neighborhoods. Do you see problems here? Telephone calls to the fire department not answered. Telephone calls to police department wanting to be placed on hold. No patrolling of neighborhoods by police officers. Illegal fireworks in city limits. Some people are asking for defunding the police. I just ask that the funds you are used to the benefit of the residents of Porterville. Right now, I see you and I have a problem. I would like to hear back from the council. Thank you, Barbara Stowe. Next is from Edith Levon. For approximately 3 weeks prior to the 4th, I was subjected to fireworks every evening between 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., and after 1 or 2 loud explosions, it would end for the night. But on the 4th, it was a nightmare. My home was surrounded by both legal and illegal fireworks. I could sit in my recliner and see the bright and high colors as my windows vibrated from the loud booms. This was continuous from 7 p.m. to after midnight. I went into my front yard and could see where some were coming from, as well as numerous filling the sky near and far. I'm not sure who was more frightened, me or my dogs. So many illegal fireworks flying indiscriminately made me fear a fire, and the booms rattling my windows made me jump frequently. I did not call the police because I saw in the sky let me know there was more than our local police could handle. I have never been so afraid and trapped as that night. I never want to feel like that again. Stop the sale of fireworks in town. That way our police can concentrate on arresting those who use the illegals. I don't need to feel fear in my own home and have to close up because of all of the smoke and noise. I have asthma, and the idiots who fire off the fireworks are endangering my health, both physical and mental. Next is Shirley Powers. I would like to take this time to express my thoughts about the constant bombardment of illegal fireworks that have been terrorizing this town for the last 2 months. A month ago, one evening, mortar rounds sounding like bombs or machine guns went off right in my backyard. My dog, who hadn't been particularly bothered by the regular fireworks, ran yelping into my house, but to let him in, I had to go to the sliding glass door thinking he had been shot, and feeling like someone was shooting at us through the sliding door, I almost threw myself on the floor to keep from getting shot. This is irresponsible and insane that mortar rounds, gunfire, and all sorts of illegal fireworks are allowed to go on every night for weeks before the 4th. My once confident dog is still refusing to go out in our yard after dusk. Too many people, including veterans with PTSD, are traumatized by this free, dumb, loving behavior. Dogs are traumatized, lost, or killed when they run away in panic. Fire danger is unprecedented right now, and we are extremely fortunate that a serious casualty-ridden fire has not started because of such lawless recklessness. This behavior is just not acceptable. I would like to recommend that all fireworks be banned and there be serious consequences for all the illegal ones, but especially for the mortar rounds, gunfire, and other loud bombs. Please, something has to be done. I realize this is no easy problem, but we cannot go on like this year after year. I would like to see more effort made to make this town a more safe and civil community for all, not just for the lawless and reckless. Thank you, Shirley Powers. She left her address at 566 West Stacy Avenue. Next is from Marina Chavez. This is in regards to the Third Amendment to the Transit Service Administration Agreements. In regard to the agenda item of Third Amendment to the Transit Service and Administration Agreements, I feel it would be vital to the community to approve the action so that our local transportation drivers would now be competitively paid among other nearby transits. Employees of the transit must go through special trainings and licenses to work for the transit and should be paid accordingly. This would also decrease turnover for the business and allow for a greater interest in working for the City of Porterville Transit. Many people that use the services at my place of employment utilize the public transportation and enjoy the friendliness and consideration the drivers have. It would be great to be able to pay them for all the hard work they do, especially during this time. This is from Marina Chavez from Porterville Wellness Center, 333 West Henderson Avenue. Next is concerning July 4th fireworks from Linda Hamilton. Illegal fireworks began early on July 4th and continued past midnight. I have 2 palm trees in my yard. I monitored the fireworks all evening. I was afraid the trees and my house would be set on fire. Many of the fireworks were as large as those at Disneyland. Untrained people setting off illegal fireworks puts everybody in danger. I would hope that my city will be better able to control fireworks next year, stop local sales of fireworks, and eliminate the illegal fireworks, for next year. Better yet, eliminate all fireworks within the city limit. Next is regarding transit service and administration agreements from Joe Ramirez Jr., Jose M. Ramirez Jr. To the matter of the Third Amendment to the Transit Service and Administration Agreements, as a writer of the public transportation system, I often see and hear about the drivers having to work 6 days a week. At times, I have asked multiple drivers why think it is so hard to get people to want to become a bus driver for the city of Porterville. Their response to me is the low pay. Other surrounding transit companies have a greater pay than what is offered to the drivers here in Porterville. The drivers have to deal with so much stress from the passengers, and now to bring the added stress from the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe the increase in the hourly wage. The drivers will not only increase the amount of applicants, but the overall morale of the current drivers. Thank you for your time. Again, Jose M. Ramirez Jr. Next is regarding Porterville Transit. I'm writing today about how public transportation has been on the front line dealing with passengers on a daily basis for a full 8 hours and can't understand how they are not being paid for hazard. They do not know if they are coming in contact with someone who may be COVID positive, and there is no way they will find out if a passenger does test positive, how they would be notified. They are essential workers who deserve to be acknowledged. Next is regarding hazard pay for drivers. Good evening. I'm a transit driver for the city of Porterville, and city of Porterville, I enjoy my job. We are right out there on the front lines with our passengers. We deal with all kinds of people and have no idea if we are dealing with someone with the virus or a carrier. It's very scary for us. We bring everything home with us at the end of the day. I worry a lot about catching the virus and bringing it home to family members. Please remember us drivers when you make your decision. We have families at home. Thank you for your time. Next is from Annette Ramirez. I have used the transit system here in Porterville on many occasions. I enjoy chatting with the driver, but I see a big turnover of drivers. I have asked multiple drivers, is it difficult to acquire a bus license? Their response is yes, and the pay here in Porterville is low and does not invite many, while other cities pay more. The stress they receive from many passengers, plus now with the COVID-19 pandemic, it became more too stressful. The council need to consider an increase in their wages to invite more applicants and keep up with the increase of cost of living. The cost of food has increased sharply. Just mention one of many. Thank you, Annette Ramirez. Final comment, unless others have been received. I'm writing this because this is from Gabriela Vargas, 326 South Cottage Street. I'm writing this letter because I think there is something in our city that needs immediate attention. South Cottage, a cul-de-sac south of West Union Avenue. Our road is an uneven dirt pit. I'm asking our council to drive and experience South Cottage Street. The neighborhood kids have to breathe dust daily when they drive their bikes or play outside. I watch people swerve to avoid ruts, rim bending, alignment destroying potholes every single day. This swerving has the potential to be dangerous, which is what brings me to the specific topic I'm writing about. We have been in the city limits for years now with no improvements. I am requesting that the city evaluate this small section of roadway and add it to the list of priority paving projects in the city budget. Thank you, Gabriela Vargas, 326 South Cottage Street.
Thank you. Have there been any that have come in since reporting?
No,
Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I ask a question in regards to one of the comments?
Yes.
I think it's Ms. Sell. Isn't it 911 that individuals should be calling? Because that's where all the calls are taken? Am I correct?
That would, in an emergency, yes.
Yes, in an emergency, 911 should be called. So I just want to make sure that that was correct. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move into the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53-32.3. San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control Governing Board, Vice Mayor Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. A few items that we took action on at the last meeting on the 18th. The first action item we took was to receive and appropriate from the Environmental Protection Agency $6.8 million for ongoing efforts towards incentives for clean air, as well as $1.42 million from the Carl Moyer Fund, which is also voluntary deployment of clean air technology in the form of tractors and trucks. Another action we took was to adopt a reasonable, available control technology approach. We used to rely mostly on the best available control technology. This lowers it to a federal standard, and it's a little bit more cost-effective for businesses, especially at this time. So instituting the reasonable available control technology is still better than what they've got, but not having to go to the full extent of the best available technology. As well, we approved the continued implementation of the tune-up, or the Drive Clean San Joaquin tune-up, tune-in program, which are vouchers for auto repair, especially in regards to smog and cars that maybe won't pass smog. Sometimes there's incentives to look for a new car, but there's $5 million available now with COVID. It's an online application process, so where the folks would go is ValleyCan, that's valleycan.org for an online application for those vouchers, and there's money available for that. I'm not sure what the schedule for the upcoming events are because of COVID, but it's my understanding that those vouchers will be sent directly to people that can work on cars to be able to handle that through the application process. So it could be, maybe it won't be quite as simple as it was in the past, but it's still available out there and there's funding added to it. And I believe that concludes the action items.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. On the smog, I know there's a lot of people that would go. So how will that communication or marketing be provided to the community, especially the Spanish-speaking community?
And I'm glad you asked. One of the informational items at the meeting was definitely renewing the contract with Archer and Hound, which is the firm that does a lot of the commercials and things, but also a new interest in multiple language in addition to Spanish, but utilizing social media, Pandora, also streaming. So some of the Roku channels will be available. So they're using more technology in targeted areas that have ways of isolating the different languages being used. So there's a big push to go beyond that. I think Hmong, Spanish, English, and they were talking about Punjabi because of the truck incentives that are out there, that the population of drivers that didn't have the information were coming from that segment of the population. So identifying where those weaknesses are is something that they were looking at. So I'm glad you asked that.
Thank you. We will now move into the Tulare County Association of Governments TCAG report. That is mine. 2 and 3 are the same. We met on Monday, June 22nd. The meeting was held at the Board of Supervisors in Visalia. Mr. John Lawless and I attended via teleconference. There were numerous items of action, several resolutions. For example, to approve the MPO component project selection guidelines for Cycle 5 of the Active Transportation Program. Resolution to approve the 2019-2020 unmet needs transit findings. And then, of course, the approval of the minutes for the May 18th TCAG board meeting and the minutes of the May 14th Technical Advisory Committee meeting. In addition, to approve the resolution to approve the fiscal year 2020-2021 overall work plan for TCAG as amended, etc. There were overall numerous items of information. One in particular is scheduled this evening as a scheduled matter, of which I will hold off in reporting, and it's with regard to the joint powers agreement for the creation of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. There were no updates for the Caltrans in this area. It pleases me to announce that Diana Gomez is the new District 6 Director. She will assume her duties as of July the 13th. Our next meeting will be Monday, August the 17th. And we will now move, if there are no questions, we're going to move on to the Tulare County Economic Development Committee, and I'm going to start with Councilmember Guerrero.
Thank you. The Tulare Economic Development Corporation Board met on June 24th, and it began at 7:30, and it was via teleconference. I served in the capacity as an alternate, but took the position on the board. So after the roll call and the quorum was established, and there was no public committee or public comments made, the first item on the agenda was the governance and leadership. The minutes were approved from May 27. The board scheduled its 2021 calendar, and it was approved. The next item were amendments to the bylaws, and so the amendments were reviewed. When they got to first, then Article 3, Section 1, there was a reference to the public sector share of the EDC budget was being removed. And then we came to Section 6, or I'm sorry, Article 6, Section 2, and in that section, there were going to be amendments that were made, and as those amendments were being discussed by Mr. Saldana, which is an update to meet the standards at the annual board meeting, is for receipt of annual financial reports. Section 5 was being modified to include standard nonprofit meeting language and eliminating the Brown Act in reference, which is no longer applicable, as the EDC will not be receiving primary funding from the public sector. It was at that point that I said, wait a minute. So I responded to the elimination of the Brown Act reference, which is a concern to me as an elected official. The response from Mr. Saldana was due to the change in the language of the EDC budget, was referencing back to the Section 3.1, Article 3, Section 1, which clears it from the Brown Act. So if you didn't have the budget in there, if there was going to be a dilution of the public sector's funds, then you no longer needed the Brown Act. And I responded that as an elected official, I had a problem with the elimination of the Brown Act if there were public or elected officials serving on that board. For me, it eliminates transparency to the public, and as an elected official, that is the primary for me. I asked if the EDC Council had reviewed this item, which then I was told no, and so Supervisor Shucklin agreed that the elimination of the Brown Act was a concern as well to her, and it should be reviewed by the attorney. We were informed that the Visalia attorney would be reviewing it then. I stated that I'd prefer that our city attorney for Porterville review it. As elected officials, we cannot just delete a section that frees us from the Brown Act. It's our obligation as elected officials to provide accountability and transparency to the public's in the public's trust. The articles were approved with the return of that particular item, Article 6, Section 2. The next item, so after that was approved, the next item was the election of officers, and that were presented as follows for 2022 term. And that was Chair Scott Harness, Vice Chair Rudy Mendoza, and Treasurer Brian Pachegan, and then Secretary Harold Wiley. Their discussion ensued where Supervisor Shucklin had an interest in the position on the administrative board, which she did announce at the Board of Supervisors in an earlier meeting. After some discussion, Mr. Wiley gave up his position so that Supervisor Shucklin may serve as on the administrative board as the secretary. The motion, and it was seconded, but before any further discussion was taken, I asked that noted that Councilmember Penalosa was now on the conference call, and therefore, for the sake of the minutes, I would not vote, and Councilmember Penalosa would vote. And the motion, the vote was passed with the, for the Board of Officers, for the Administrative Board. So at this point, then I would turn it over to Councilmember Penalosa.
Councilmember Peñalosa, would you like to add to the report?
Councilwoman Gorilla, for your attendance as my alternate. To continue the report on the EDC meeting for June 24th, we went over the financial report. We took action to approve it, and then we went into our 2021 work plan and budget. We also took action to approve that budget. And finally, we went into the project client services report. It was provided to us just to an overview of what's been going on. And then following that, we did the recovery and renewal task force report, as well as the BizCat fund status report. And so with that, we went over just board member announcements and any items for future consideration. And our next meeting is scheduled for July 22nd, 2020. So that concludes the report for the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just.
Please, go ahead.
I want to commend Councilmember Garola for speaking up about the Brown Act. It's my experience that anytime somebody might say like the pesky Brown Act, that's because it's working, and that's what it's supposed to do, so.
I concur. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. We met on June 24th. It was a conference, virtual, live Zoom, Facebook meeting. Mr. Lawless, Mr. Jason Ridenow, Ms. Claudia Calderon, and I participated. There were 4 items on the agenda. 3 were the approval of the following minutes: February 26, the special meeting minutes of March 30 and April 15, which were all unanimously approved. The next item on the agenda was to provide and discuss updates on Project Room Key and the housing of the unsheltered Tulare County residents in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chaz Felix began the dialogue and shared that the county was in the middle of implementing Project Room Key for the homeless population who have tested positive, under investigation, or medical fragile in 3 different cities. As of that date, 107 were housed in the project in 60 different rooms. 4 were COVID positive. He assured they would continue the project as long as they can, and it's not to exit folks, but keeping them housed with housing plans and to take the next into the permanent housing. It is not the permanent solution, but to take people to the next step. He mentioned with regard to FEMA that it would be through the end of June. Looking at extending Project Room Key, he acknowledged the several partners, stating that it could not be done without their assistance. He said he didn't know going into the project if it would be all COVID positive. He said that 99.9 referred are medical fragile, and then there were meal partnerships that were formed, and there is help with client retention. They have built a rapport and trust. The county had never been in the homeless case management. It has given a perspective of how hard partners work. Many who are unstable in housing, those who do not have money and not sure where they are going to sleep, never thought that they would be a shelter provider. It could not have been done without the partnerships and the support of the community. I backtracked to Project Room Key because I was seeking an answer with regard to Porterville, because we had not received information as to Porterville and the homeless. And my question was with regard to the rooms in Porterville. I wanted to know what those numbers were. I was informed in the city of Porterville that 16 of the 17 rooms were filled and 1 person has exited, but Porterville stays consistent. I provided a scenario, and the scenario was if a homeless tested if a homeless that tested positive on a Monday, how is that processed on behalf of the county, and where would the homeless be housed? The response I received, if a person was positive, is under investigation, and access to this person has been verified, COVID positive status, they would start to work with the site on the way and make arrangements at the sites. Well, that still didn't answer my question, but that was what the response I got. My next question had to do with contract tracing of the homeless person. Tracing begins as soon as the person is placed. However, under Project Roomkey, they are not involved with the tracing. It is the agency that does the task with those duties. Then I thank them, but I do want to share, since I asked those questions, and I'll bring it out at another discussion, that Mr. Lutz did reach out to me and provided me the scenario and gave me 2 responses as to when they're referred in its quantum, its state, and then if it's a private agency or not a private agency, but a medical center, and that process, so that we're speaking of 2 different processes that go in, but that I'll bring back at another time. And toward the end of the meeting, one of the questions that was asked was with regard to the cooling centers. Mayor Link from Visalia said he would be in touch and get back to the person to this regard. Tulare County member Sayre, she reported that they were doing the cooling center at City Hall. I stated that Porterville City Hall and the Transit Center, and enhanced the conversation by proudly saying that the Navigation Center would be scheduled to open in July, and that Helping Hands was reopening. And there was no further discussion. Our next meeting is slated for July the 15th. That concludes that report. And the last one would be the San Joaquin Valley REAP Committee. As I shared before back in January, that this was a newly formed committee, and it had to do with planning support grants with regard to Assembly Bill, which were established for providing regions and jurisdictions with one-time funding. At this meeting of June 26th, it was a virtual meeting, and the minutes of January the 17th were approved. Brought forth was a $100 stipend for member attendance plus mileage. Initially, it was written as an incentive for physical participation and mileage, but due to COVID, it was discussed if it still applied and if the bylaws could be amended to reflect due to COVID stipend and no mileage. This item would be brought back. Then there was a brief discussion as to COVID and local housing markets, and went into to receive the update on the funding program and implementation. We received updates for regional priorities and funding, such as developing an improved methodology for distribution of the 6-cycle regional needs assessment, providing jurisdictions and other local agencies with technical assistance, planning, temporary staffing, consultant needs associated with updated local planning and zoning documents, expediting the application processing and other actions to accelerate additional housing production. And with regard to sub-allocation activities, this list was lengthy, but I will highlight on a couple, such as facilitating technical assistance between jurisdictions, establish regional or countywide housing trust funds for affordable housing, performing infrastructure planning, including sewers, water systems, transit, roads, or other public facilities necessary to support new housing and new residents. The progress today, the initial application of $4.7 million was submitted and approved by the Housing Community Development. The second application of $5.5 million was submitted to HCD. The requests for proposals were sent out to hire a program manager who will consult with HCD, NPOs, and others. The second application of $5.5 million was submitted per State Housing and Community Development Department direction. This funding is for valley-wide activities. These first two applications have been streamlined. The third application, which is due January of 2021, will be more in-depth and comprehensive. The conclusion of this item were consideration into the next two items. Approving the scoring committee's recommendation to hire a program manager for valley-wide and other REAP activities. This item brought discussion because in the recommendation that it had been made to hire a program manager, though there was a committee that scored the applications and reviewed each of the 4 that had been submitted, this committee did not receive the information to make the decision. On a consensus, a special meeting was scheduled on July the 2nd to discuss this. And the last item on the agenda was to discuss and consider approving the resolution for the remaining funds. It was unanimous. The resolution was approved. That concluded the meeting, the special meeting that was scheduled for July the 2nd, and I will go right into that one. That meeting was a virtual Zoom meeting. What was brought to the table for consideration in the bylaws with regard to the stipend was to delete the in-person requirement for meeting attendance stipend. Well, the recommendation was to reword no mileage, suspend in-person attendance due to COVID, and as soon as the governor lifts the order, the wording would go back to the original requirement. And that was a unanimous approval. And in regard to approving the scoring committee's recommendation for the program management, there were questions with regard to, I want to say, to hire Sagala and another agency. I think it was discussion, but the committee that received the applications, they did submit the scoring summary with all the packets, and after the discussion and the questions, the committee approved the recommendation, and it did go to Sagala, Inc. The next meeting would be determined, and that concludes the report for the REAP committee. There are no questions. Okay, we will now move into the staff informational report.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's only one staff informational report, which is a monthly proclamation acceptance and issuance report, which there was one, which was for Freedom Days on June 14th, 2020.
Thank you very much. No questions. We will now go into the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council.
Your Honor, I have a conflict on 15.
Okay, Councilmember Stowe has a conflict on number 15. Any others?
I don't have a conflict, and I don't want to pull the item. Can I just ask one question on item 14? Those, all of those developments went through a public hearing, didn't they?
That's correct. So these were all entitled maps, correct?
Okay, thank you.
I just want to double check. I know that I had a concern that if Councilmember Stowe had a conflict with one of these that I make, 'cause I live not too far from here, but I hadn't heard anything. I just want to make sure that. I haven't heard anything. Okay. And I know it was checked on, so I just want to make sure. So I'll presume I don't have one.
All right, council. Do we have a motion noting Councilmember Stowe's conflict on number 15? Do we have a motion for items 1 through 19?
Move for approval for items 1 through 19 with the noted conflict.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Will you please call for a vote?
Councilmember Corolla,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now move into the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been one public hearing scheduled for this evening, and that is to consider acceptance of an amended final subdivision map for the 4th Street Apartments, Phase 2. And Mr. Sanchez will provide the report remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. So this public hearing is to bring forth the amended final subdivision map for the 4th Street Apartments, Phase 2. This originally came to you on December 17th, 2019 for acceptance. But since the subdivider has wanted to make an amendment in order to include reciprocal access easements as part of their conditions of approval, rather than do that by separate document, they've chosen to amend the map, and that's why it's in front of you here today. Again, is per the Subdivision Map Act, an amended final map has to go through the governing body approval again. So again, the public hearing for today is limited to just the amendment, which is the reciprocal access easement item. And with that, we recommend that City Council conduct a public hearing and consider all public testimony. Approve the amended final subdivision map of 4th Street Apartments, Phase 2, and authorize the city clerk to file said amended map with the county recorder. That concludes the staff report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. It is 8:17. We will open up the public hearing. Are there anybody wishing to speak on that item, or do we have any comments on that one? We have no comments, and no one is here to speak on that item. It is 8:17. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Okay.
This is the one for the access only, right? The amendment? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the city attorney was very helpful in this regard of addressing this issue.
Yeah, I remember.
Councilmember Stowe, did you have any questions?
No, I didn't, Your Honor.
All right, Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any questions or comment?
No, Mayor, I don't. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? We'll see that there are none. Do we have a motion to go with the staff recommendations?
Move for approval of the amended final subdivision map of the 4th Street Apartments, Phase 2, and authorize the clerk to file said map with the county recorder.
We have a motion, and I will go ahead and second. And if there's no further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Barola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa? Aye. Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now go into the scheduled matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the council this evening is 4 scheduled matters. The first is to consideration of a joint powers agreement for the creation of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, and Mr. Knight's going to provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, and members of the council. Tonight's item is for council's consideration of the joint powers agreement for the creation of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. On April 20th, 2020, Tulare County Association of Governments, TCAG, approved a joint powers agreement, JPA, for circulation to all Tulare County agencies for consideration. The purpose of the countywide JPA would be to implement a transit consolidation outlined in the 2019 Tulare County Regional Transit Coordination Study in association with multimodal solutions for TCAG, which included a series of steps and best practices recommendations towards the implementation of a JPA. The purpose of this agreement is to empower the member agencies to exercise their common power by the formation and operation of a joint powers agency, hereafter called Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, with full power and authority to own, operate, administer a public transportation system within the jurisdiction of member agencies. This transit agency shall be a public agency separate and apart from all member agencies. The JPA agreement consists of an outline structuring a foundation for development. That outline consists of boundaries of transit agency, the transit agency powers, the formation of a governing board, the board's appointment of an executive director, unanimous voting powers by the directors present on the board, the level of public transit service provided, the transit agency's authority to apply for transit funds, and for member agencies to consider the transfer and/or retention of the agency's existing transit-related assets. As of July 1st, 2020, the city of Exeter, Farmersville, Lindsay, and Tulare, as well as County of Tulare, have approved signature of the JPA agreement. As of June 15th, 2020, the city of Visalia has determined that it would not be a member of the participating JPA. The formation of the JPA will benefit transit riders throughout Tulare County and the member agencies by having a single entity controlling all transit systems throughout Tulare County, which will allow for consistent branding, fare structures, service hours and days, rider-focused planning. Member agencies will benefit from economies of scale, centralized administration, planning, and financial departments. Given an initial budget and service plan are not being adopted, the city's contribution cannot be determined. Since the JPA will be primarily funded by transit-only funds, the impacts to the city's ability to transfer unused local transportation funds, LTF, from transit to roads is unknown at this time. Staff has prepared and presented two options to council tonight for consideration. Option A is to approve the draft resolution approving the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency Joint Powers Agreement, authorizing the mayor to sign the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency Joint Powers Agreement, appointing a member of the city council to sit on the board of directors of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, and appointing an alternate member to the city council to sit on the board of directors of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, or option B, for council to opt out of the consideration to join the JPA of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. Myself, Mr. Tree, and Mr. Smalley are here for any questions that you may have.
This has been a long work in progress. I can remember when the discussion folded the very first time, almost 4 years ago, at a workshop, at a retreat, and then from there on, that's when my first part in the formula. Council, I'm going to open it up to you for, please.
Will Mr. Smalley be presenting in any way? No? No? Our questions, okay. Well, I'm so excited. That's all I can say. When I was on TCAG, when we could do something regional that benefited all of us, I was in for that. And so this provides more or less a seamless transit system that really benefits us all. And I know that there's going to have to be some work to it, but it provides the JPA and all those who are in it, rather than standing alone and applying for funds, we apply as one entity, which gives us more clout, more leverage, and it's a win-win situation. That's all I can really say. It's really a win-win situation. So I'm very excited to see this go forward. And I want to thank all those individuals who were involved in the creation and development of it. And Mr. Smalley, I know, has done quite a bit of work along with the staff, as well as Rich and city manager and everybody else. But I just want to thank you all for that work. I'm very excited.
And as I said, it's been a work in progress, and there has been some dissection to the actual joint powers agreement when we've discussed it at TCAG, and to bring it and to get it there. And I know that there has been involvement by Mr. Tree and our city manager to be able to bring the formula of what we're looking at this evening. And I'm sure there were stressful meetings to this regard. There was probably some tugging and pulling.
And more to come.
Well, exactly.
The hard work hasn't actually happened yet.
Councilmember Stowe, did you have any comments or any questions?
Yes, I'm just happy to see our agencies collaborating to be one and to make this happen so we all be on the same page when it comes to transit. I think this is a great idea. Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any comment or questions?
Yeah, I have several questions, Your Honor. So, I was wondering, I know there was several comments from, I think there was one comment in particular from a portable transit employee. Would this GPA, does it look like it would provide an opportunity for employees to have better wages? Is that something that we have an answer to? I know it was a question and a comment, and I was just curious to know. That's my first question.
Well, I'll provide the response. I don't know that it will be as direct as the question that was asked. You already took an action this evening as part of the services agreement that addressed that for the remaining 2 years of the agreement that exists between the city and Sierra Management. I think that's what is going to be is on the other side of that, and to be perfectly candid, one of the conversations, there's been no determinations made in this regard, but does there become a single operator for the JPA? And that will be a deliberation of the JPA Board of Directors, and that, because currently right now you have at least 3 operators in Tulare County. There's potentially more than that, but those are 3 that I'm aware of. And what does that look like as the JPA further develops? Does it go to a single operator? Does there continue to be separate operators that operate under particular conditions? So I think, though, I would say as you consider this evening, I think that will be one of the considerations of the JPA. That is part of looking at what the operational model is of transit in Tulare County and the members that comprise it. But I think one of the questions that you raise, which doesn't have an answer this evening, is who are the operators that will perform those operations for the JPA, and whether, again, that it's singular or that it is multiple operators.
The other question that I had was, I know we recently, rolled out a new service through the transport, like a kind of a Airbnb, version for transit. Could that potentially be adopted into this GPA as a service throughout the county, or would that come to an end if we were to move forward with the GPA?
Actually, I would say it's one of the fundamental reasons that the JPA probably wants you in the fold is that you bring an operation that isn't happening anywhere else, where some of the services that are being provided aren't being provided anywhere else, and how the portable experience can be implemented across the joint powers, across the agency. So. The short answer, that one I can be more direct to, is that no, in fact, what I hope is the product, or I think what the agency's product is what is occurring in Porterville will find itself replicated across the county, and in turn, better service to the residents of Tulare County.
Okay, thank you, John. And then one of my last questions that I had was in terms of once the GPA is formed, or at least for now, my question is, we don't know how much we're going to be paying into this GPA yet, right? According to the staff report. By when would we anticipate how much how much we would contribute into the GPA be determined?
So I think that's a great question, which is going to be one, and I'm going to invite Mr. Smalley, who's been equally involved in this effort in this regard. Plus, you've got Mr. Tree, who you've got kind of a 3-headed monster here. My apologies to my colleagues. So yeah, so you have Mr. Smalley, who's been leading this conversation at the TCAG level, myself, who's been involved at the city manager, CAO level, and then Mr. Tree, who's been at the transit operator level. TCAG is responsible for transportation dollars. So when we talk about money, in essence, it's really all TCAG's money, and then it gets distributed. So the question then becomes is none of the systems in Tulare County are operating, I would say, most efficiently. And there's been a number of studies that have been done to look at how, and I would say there's kind of three levers that are trying to be pulled in a synchronization. One is that we're not meeting fare box. Nobody's, I'm going to qualify that carefully. No, there are folks that are meeting fare box, but there are other revenues that are being considered to make that. Because the fares that are being collected, which are supposed to be, in the city of Porterville's case, 20% of operational costs, are not making that. And so that is being backfilled with Measure R and other funding, advertising dollars and those sorts of things to backfill that. So you have a fair, what are the revenues that are being collected question. You have an operational question, which is, are you being most efficient in your operations for that? And then third is, I would say, are you serving your customers? Is the ridership experience, and as that is, we have an annual process of unmet needs, and are you meeting the needs of your the ridership? So you have those three considerations. On top of that is the regulatory framework, both federally and at the state level, dealing with the FTA. So you have, I would say, three levers that are being turned. So the question then is about the money. So you have a variety of funding dollars. Let me be first to say that, and I'm going to invite Mr. Smalley to correct me. I won't be any offense if because I want to be right about what I say, not biased, I guess what I would say. But I would say the Porterville has tried its darndest to do it right and to be creative, pursuing grants, trying to be on the edge of those three things that I just spoke about. So, what is the fare? What is the operational costs? And then what is that rider experience? And how do you limit the fare? How do you keep your operational costs limited? And then how do you provide the optimal passenger or rider experience? And so I think Porterville has been the most novel in how to try to achieve that. You are doing microtransit that nobody else is doing as one means of reducing your operational costs, which also improves the rider experience because you're having door-to-door instead of having to walk up to a half a mile to a bus stop to then drop off, potentially to walk another half mile to whatever your location is, and looking at how to do that. I want to be candid and frank in this regard that, and I said this when we started in this endeavor, you're a leader in this regard, and you can either pull the JPA with you or the JPA could hold you back. There's going to be equal benefits both to the JPA having the city of Porterville within it. The benefits to the city of Porterville, and I know Mr. Tree can attest to this, is that there's been grants that we've been pursuing that, though we may have been successful initially, we haven't most recently been successful because when the city of Porterville goes it by itself, it doesn't have the population center served that competes well. So we need to be, and this is the answer to your question, Councilmember Peñalosa, about money. So right now there are grant funds that we have pursued, we've not been selected for because Porterville doesn't compete well as just a population served of 70,000. We would compete better collectively pursuing this if we were representing 200,000, or probably better numbers, 150,000 without the city of Visalia. So really this becomes a combined question. The amount of grant funds we don't receive, we're going to end up having to pay with our operational funds. So it's really a question of what is the most optimal way to balance securing grant funds, both federally and at the state level, and use of local dollars most efficiently, as well as, remember, those three items that we're looking to pull all at the same time. And with that, I probably talked too much, but with that, I wanted to allow Mr. Tree as well as Mr. Smalley to comment.
Ted Smalley, Director of TCAG and now one of the three-headed monster.
Yeah, I heard that.
So a couple of things. First of all, what John said was correct. I want to compliment the city of Porterville. You're clearly on the forefront of looking to how to balance those three between saving money and really helping your citizens out to make sure they have a good experience riding the bus. I think in short, in regards to the budget item, first of all, there will be an action item for TCAG in August that will deal with bridge funding between now and the JPA up and running. So that's a question that may be coming in a second, but that we've already considered and may also be looking at new starts money when the program gets started. To the idea of when the actual budget will be released, the short answer is I don't think we know, but I think it would have to be released 3 or 4 months before, certainly in enough time before the next year's budgets are getting set by everybody. So one of the things we talked about is what's the target date? Is the first target date July 1st? Is it October 1st? Is it January 1st? And I can't predict that at this time. But I think going into that, we'll be looking beforehand to know what the budgets are. And part of it, too, is some of the transit service is probably going to be phased, I think, just as a practical matter. And that will be, again, up to the JPA board. But I think the good news is, and you were right, and I got to go off on a tangent and thank Councilwoman Garola, who 2 retreats ago really pounded the table in a good way, that why aren't we doing this? And so 4 years later, we're here. And I think now we really start the work. Once we agree, then the clock starts ticking for us to get things done. There's a lot of legal groundwork that has to be done with implementing GPA. Your attorney will tell you just a lot of just the legal paperwork we're looking at already at the first meeting. And then I think we'll start, the JPA will start setting goals. I think one thing we'll be looking at an interim director and those type of things for us to get going. And then potentially using the consultant we have on hand to do an implementation plan. So I think I'm not necessarily answering a very direct when the budget exactly will be done, but I think it has to be done a number of months ahead of time. And I think we'll have a good idea where it's going. And I think with the bridge funding, we can try to make this, from a funding perspective, as seamless as possible.
And if I can piggyback on that, this was one of the most important subjects of discussion as the JPA was being formed, which was, okay, sounds good in theory. What's going to be the pay to play, so to speak? You'll see the budget requires unanimous approval. So everybody's got to come in there. There is no, trying to figure out how many votes you can, rig in the vote to get something through. So even the smallest agency has the poison pill. If everybody's interests aren't being addressed, you're not going to pass a budget. So it requires unanimous approval. So everybody's got, I call them poison pills. Everybody's got a poison pill. So that requires everybody be, that's truly the definition. It's going to have to be win-win.
Everyone's happy
Or nobody's going to be happy.
Just being a member of the EDC, when we look at the counties, pulling out and pulling back in, sometimes there's a fear of the fact that, when the county is involved in such a board or decision, that you would want to, if they don't get what they want, they're going to pull out, right? And then we have to incur the expenses, and that's what's happened for the EDC in the past. And so it's great to know that what you mentioned, that it has to be unanimous. I think that's a forte of this GPA will be that in itself. It will be the fact that everybody's interests will be at the forefront of the decision making of this GPA. So just want to, and with that, I appreciate the answers and the feedback from you, Ted. I've heard great things. I know I've met you once, and I know that I've heard only great things about you using utilizing the resources that you have to really provide a benefit to the whole county as a whole and to all the cities. And so, as well as Mr. Tree, thank you for your tremendous amount of energy, efforts to ensuring that we have probably one of the best transit systems throughout the San Joaquin Valley and probably in California. So thank you.
So, so innovation happens when there's the freedom to innovate. And my interest would be in not losing the spirit of innovation. So my question would be, how much autonomy would Porterville have in the scenario of an active JPA?
Well, I think one of the things that, without digging too much in the weeds, is there's a base level set and you choose what your service is, and that kind of got lost in the discussion with a few of the cities. And so I think you will still have great autonomy to set your level for your city. I think also as far as how the other cities potentially could follow suit is we're looking at potentially having grants lined up for what we call new starts. And I think that could help everybody as well. And we've done this before. We have certain dollars that can be used for that. So I think that, honestly, just looking at, not that I like it, but looking at the cities that want to be part of the JPA, I think the idea of doing what Porterville, city manager alluded to this earlier, I think they want that. I think I've had preliminary talks with Lindsay, excuse me, that has Measure R set aside right now that could immediately, is copy the right word, copy what the city of Porterville is doing. So I think it's going to be very positive, and I think also going in, let's say that you all wanted to test whatever's new. Maybe you're the first city to do driverless buses. I don't mean to scare anybody, but it's coming, and maybe you guys want to go first, and I think you would be able to do that. So I think everyone looks at you as a leader, and I think, people want to be like Porterville when it comes to transit, and I think this JPA will also bring us together. And there's a lot of just, I've heard Rich mention different ideas. I don't want to share them yet and put them on the spot, but I think that this will be very positive.
Thank you.
You ask a great question, and that's what I was kind of trying to get to, which is mutual benefits. The JPA is going to certainly benefit from Porterville's participation because there's an experience and I just say quite candidly, a want, not even a willingness, a wanting to innovate and to try to. And I was just going to say the same thing. We had this conversation about electric buses. The concern was we had a bunch of electric buses we were buying with grants and how we were going to replace them. And I said, I don't think you're going to. I think by the time you get to the useful life of those buses, your transit's going to look much different. And it is. It's going to be autonomous electric ride share. That's what it's going to be. And it's not, I mean, it's all very much in development right now. I know Mr. Tree is very familiar with that technology as it's being developed right now. So that's really going to be one of the, and Mr. Smalley addressed this, which is there's another element going on over here, not a part of this JPA, which is actually what are the standards? Right now, there's no standards to define, we don't have a set group of standards, what dictates how many people should be on a route that makes it makes it, I hate the word cost-benefit analysis, but there's not been any, does a route have to have 10 people on it per hour to make it, is that the standard, or do you look at alternative means? I think that'll be part of the discussion, and I think that's what Mr. Smalley was trying to convey, is that, here are going to be the standards. How do you want to implement that to meet those standards? And here's what I also want to say. I think there's going to be a lot, folks are going to be leaning on you more than they're going to be leaning on anybody else through this process as well. And that's a little, with that comes a little intimidation. I think that's a fair, because you're already working hard, that other folks, other folks are going to be looking to you to help them because they just don't know. How do you do this? What are the grants that are out there available to do this? Mr. Tree knows where they are, and he's been very good at that. But there's a lot of folks that are, and how what's that trade-off and the benefit ratio?
Well, this has all been very exciting. As I said, my knowledge of it was 4 years ago when we were at a retreat and it was a discussion. And Mr. Tree, for always thinking out of the box. I can remember our first discussions was not meeting the fare box ratio and moving and trying to find and where it is it's going to go and how we were going to fix it for this area. And not only that, for the amount of time that you spend looking for grants. All right.
Can I add just one more thing?
Please.
And it just came to me, as you said, the electric buses. I remember when then Mayor Stowe and I and city managers and Mr. Tree went to the San Joaquin Valley Air Board, where people really didn't, or many members didn't think we were going to be able to do that. And we got the electric buses and we got the money. So we were able to do that because Mr. Tree is a visionary, and he looks at those things and how they can be implemented, as well as doing a grant writer. Then we have, and I have to say this in public, because it may be the last time I may be able to say it, we have Ted Smalley, who has the energy and has the compassion to want to do things to improve our cities and our communities in transit and transportation. And I have always been energized by him. He just energizes me to want to do things. So, I want to thank him for that personally. And the city manager as well, who works compassionately to make sure that we are always at the forefront. So I just, we have those individuals. And for me, I know the money's going to come.
Oh, yeah.
I know the money's going to come. It's going to come because we have these individuals as well as a board that's going to get that done. So I want to thank you.
I want to thank Mr. Smalley for saying, give me a project. Put a project together. Let's see what we can do with it. And just tell me what it is, and let me see what I can do, and we can find the money and the resources. You have come to Porterville numerous times to meet with staff and to meet with us and to ask what the needs are for Porterville. And you let Mr. Lawless go on with all these ideas, he's going to let you know what the needs are for Porterville, and Mr. Tree will echo the same, but enough with that. Let's bring it back to the joint powers and go with the recommendation if there's no further discussion.
I would move for approval of option A, and as stated by staff's recommendations. I'm not going to read them all.
Okay. We have a motion, it says here, when do we appoint people? Not now, do we?
We can do that. There'll be another, well,
They were asking for, as part of the staff recommendations, to get the appointment so that we can move forward for the August meeting.
I'd like to nominate somebody. I want to nominate Virginia to be the member.
Thank you. I'd be very excited to do that. amendment. Yeah, I didn't read that, I forgot that, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just going on.
So at this time, we do have to appoint somebody. Okay.
Well,
In order for it to move forward. I just read it. I mean, I'd read it, but I
or
didn't.
we can bring this back.
You
here.
have time on that.
Oh, okay.
You
There's gonna
do.
be-
I don't think Exeter did, quite frankly.
There's
I don't
going to
remember
be
them doing that.
there's going to be a circulation of documents and those sorts of things. So I can work closely with Mr. Smalley to find as we get to when that meeting occurs, because I can't even tell you when those meetings are going to happen as of yet. Bring an item to ask for the appointment of representatives.
Well, I can see your eagerness, so, okay, we're good.
I mean, if you want it, I mean, it's up to the
I mean, if you
council.
want
If
it
you
to-
guys want to do it tonight, you can. It's on the agenda, so you can do it if you want to.
Let's do
The
it.
only thing we're questioning is who the alternate might be, so we could do that later if you want.
I think Councilmember Stowe had something as well.
Councilmember Stowe, did you have a question, comment?
No, is that a comment? Let's just appoint her tonight.
Let's just appoint Virginia tonight. And
No, I
then
think he's
let's
asked-
just appoint the alternate.
I think he's asking how long the term is.
Oh,
No, I said, let's appoint you tonight. It doesn't matter the term, I just,
okay.
Life, I guess.
He didn't take your lead on that, Virginia.
All right.
Sorry, Sal.
And one of the things that I'm going to say, because this is important, participation is important to this committee, and it's, that would be having the person appointed and then the alternate.
Who wants to be the
Do you want to do the alternate?
I'll do it. I mean,
Uh,
it's up to, if you're nominating me and it's up to the rest of
I'm
them,
looking at you.
I'll do it. I'll be glad.
I'll
to do it.
second then.
All right.
Well, do we have to
Bob,
second it?
no,
No.
I'm reading that all as part of the motion
okay.
you've made, unless you want to
Oh.
correct me on that. Okay.
No. All right. So we've appointed Virginia to sit on the board.
Got a motion to do it, yeah.
Yeah. And then Monty as the alternate,
And option A.
and option A. All right. Are we okay with all of this now?
You just need a second.
I'm going to second that. All right.
And now you need a vote.
Now we can
Fernando
vote.
can't run
No
through
further, okay. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Garola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous. And we go on to the next item.
If it pleases the council, if we could take item number 22 next in order, as Mr. Smalley's here.
Okay, move up
Expanded
to
to
move
his,
23. Yeah.
23.
If that would be
Move
okay.
23,
right?
to move 23 to the
Yeah,
next
I'm sorry,
one.
23 to number,
Okay,
switch, if that would be okay.
yes, we'll go.
And actually, this is a bit of a formality, as I would say, because I believe, as we sit here today, this actually has already been passed by sufficient agencies representing the population of Tulare County. So before you this evening is to consider amendment number 5 to the Measure R expenditure plan. There's a couple of items of specific interest to the city of Porterville. First of all, as it relates to kind of what's going on within the city of Porterville. The cities of Porterville and Visalia have funds set aside in its Measure R bike and ped programs, alternative transportation is also known as. This would allow some flexibility for the use of some of those funds, limited to no more than $100,000 a year for trail and sidewalk maintenance and security for Measure R projects. Obviously, this would be with a pretty ambitious, what they developed in a pretty ambitious program in your bike and ped program, the ability to have some maintenance funds for whether it be other abatement or other maintenance of those, the Tule River Parkway or the Rails to Trails or other bike and ped projects across the city, the the ability to have some funds available to make sure that not only construct them, to maintain them. Perhaps most notably is one specific to Porterville, which provides flexibility in the use of Measure R regional funds that have been established in the expenditure plan, which had been envisioned for the widening of Highway 65 to the county line. I will tell you that that was ambitious, and it was part of the vision of Measure R. The reality is that the state's not going to have it within their work program. So there are funds that have been programmed in Measure R in the regional sense to do improvements that are not going to happen. And so I appreciate the flexibility has been afforded now through the, to allow those funds to stay local. We have projects that have been defined on State Route 65 as well as State Route 190. A lot of work that's been defined on State Route 190. Looking at, and is the language that's presented there, that those improvements be within 2 miles of those routes that would then benefit those corridors. And so there's a number of projects, including at least one new bridge over the Tule River that's being considered, new frontage roads that need to be constructed, and those are going to be very high dollar items, which essentially providing that financial flexibility that is already in the Measure R expenditure plan, as an example, to have been on that 65 widening project that's not going to happen, that this now provides you a path forward to make these improvements on and into the benefit of State Route 190 and State Route 65. So just a lot of opportunities that present themselves for the city. There's also some other, I would say, some cleanup language. CNG buses were contained in the initial expenditure plan, and we've now advanced beyond that. So trying to eliminate some of the more, you're not going to be buying CNG buses anymore. So there's some just general cleanup stuff, but most notably for the city is, and it's just particular to City of Porterville, is providing funding flexibility of the millions of dollars that were contained in the Measure R expenditure plan for the widening of State Route 65, which there is a potential. I'm not going to tell you the potential is not there, that you may not see the widening to Tarabella. I think that's, it's got a shot. I don't know what Mr. Smalley's gambit would be on that, but there is a chance that segment could be improved. What you see now just beyond Teapot Dome could be extended to Tarabella. But I know that the focus right now is what can get done in the next 10 years. And to leverage those funding and other funding opportunities to make the necessary improvements on State Route 65 and State Route 190.
Okay.
So the recommendation would be, like I said, it's a formality of sorts right now, because already a majority of the agencies representing a majority of the population, and plus a majority of the Board of Supervisors, have already approved this.
Yeah, this is the item that I reported out at the last council meeting from our TCAG report, that this was the one that was going to be brought to a future council meeting. So we adopted the resolution, and this item is brought back for us. Did you have any questions, council? Councilmember Stowe?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
I do have one, Your Honor, if you don't mind. And
Oh,
I know-
Councilmember Stowe, okay.
I do have one question, and it's just I know no one probably can answer this, but design-wise, if we should happen to do the bridges, will they match the ones at Plano and Maine?
Yeah, in the end, it's saying that the city council will make these determinations. So certainly the city's input, the city council will make that decision.
Okay.
It's not determined at this point.
Yeah,
But-
right,
but
right.
But the council has control over that.
Correct.
Well, I was wondering if we had enough money to do that. That's the reason I was asking, because
Well, I think, and I will tell you in my conversations with Mr. Smalley, with the approval of the amendment is to begin work on this product this month and to start designing or start developing the 5 to 10 year implementation plan, especially along State Route 190 and the connectivity between State Route 190 and State Route 65.
Ooh, okay, what are we waiting on? Let's go. Yes, let's vote.
Waiting on a motion.
Huh?
Oh,
Still waiting on
I so
motion.
moved. I moved that we
made the motion, I think.
staff's
Did you-
recommendation. It is.
Okay, you made the motion for staff recommendation.
Yes.
I'll second.
And Vice Mayor second that. Any question, no further discussion? Any discussion? Let's see that there are none. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Garola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa? Councilmember Peñalosa?
Can you hear? Hello?
He said aye.
Okay. Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smalley. We'll now go on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. So next item in order, thank you for the accommodation for the Measure Plan Amendment, is consideration of ordinances for establishing cannabis industry excise taxes and transit occupancy tax increases for submission to the voters. I'm going to defer to the city attorney here. She's done a lot of work in this regard, so I'm going to defer to her in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, and members of the City Council. So pursuant to your direction at the meeting on June 16th, staff was directed to bring back the cannabis tax ordinance and the draft transient occupancy tax ordinance, so that we could get these going for ultimate, if you guys move forward for approval at the November election. So first, we'll talk about the cannabis business tax ordinance. Attached to the draft is a draft ordinance for cannabis excise tax. As we discussed, it is substantially similar to the other local ordinances adopted in our area, but I did review several different samples and kind of cherry-picked what I liked and tweaked things for Porterville. So there are some substantial modifications. And I've added or revised the language in various areas throughout. So what didn't really change, though, is the proposed tax rate. Those are still up to 10% of gross receipts or up to $25 per square foot. And then with the specific tax rates are then set by the resolution, and they just have to be set within those ranges. So what that does is it gives you the flexibility to say, okay, what is the right kind of tax? Which one does this business, what makes sense for the particular business you're looking at, category of business, and then you have a range within which to work with. And then you can set it by resolution. So this really only establishes maximum tax rates. And I looked at quite a few. Everybody does them differently, but I kind of liked the way that presented. So this version expands on the city's ability to enforce collection and includes language that would give the city explicit authority to develop policies and procedures to implement the tax. There were also some inadvertent references. I think or in the early days when these were done, people weren't quite sure if the State Board of Equalization might have something to do with it, but this is a business excise tax. It's like our business license taxes. We do this. We are the tax collector for this. We administer it. So it will be a locally administered tax, which means, we'll have to use proceeds from the tax to pay for part of that administration. So I did remove those references. The proposed date to commence I put in as January 1st or 30 days after commencement of a particular business, whichever is later. I figure by the time we get this, if this is approved by the voters, that's probably realistically the earliest we'd be able to get it in, get one going. There are also some areas that the council should look at and can review on this, frankly, any of it, since it is ours, but a couple of note that I just wanted to point out. We have an appeal process set up in this. So right now, there, and all of them I looked for kind of handled this the same way, where you have a sort of you have a tax amount, like a tax assessment hearing process, and then there's also just kind of a general appeal process. So sometimes there's multiple layers, sometimes there's just one layer. I kind of get it. There can be different issues or grievances, and so it has some flexibility. So the way this is set up, generally speaking, on the tax assessment hearings, you have the collector be responsible for that, and I've got that currently designated as our finance director. I'm sure she's going to be thrilled about that. And then I've got the appeal process then after that set up for the city manager, although I've got it written wrong, manager, and his or her designee for the appeals. You could change the city manager to the city council if you want. You don't have to. You can, it's up to you. Once you get through the appeal process, decisions are final, and then there's appeal, then they can go to court. So that kind of sums up where I'm at with the, oh, you know, and I'll mention a couple things since you did have some public comment on it. So I want to make something clear here with, first of all, with the tax ordinance. The tax ordinance covers more than you currently permit right now, right? It has the flexibility to allow for taxation of businesses that you have not yet permitted in the city. And you may never permit in the city, or you might, and that way it's covered in case you do, right? That being said, that he did, Mr. Shelton noted a couple discrepancies, and he noted the one for premises. Right now, you can only have one licensee per premise. I do agree, though, that we want to kind of allow for flexibility, which is why it is built in later. Because you might decide that you want to allow multiple businesses on a premises or define it differently, and then so I want to allow for that flexibility. You don't lose your chance, by the way, to amend this later. There's actually a specific provision in this ordinance that says you can amend things, the city council can make amendments as long as you're not changing the maximum tax rates. So you won't lose your ability to forever do anything on this. But that being said, there is a little discrepancy there because, and it's not really wrong because you don't allow any more than one license per premises, and that is what your other provisions say right now. But you might later. So I'll take a look at that, and I can tweak it for when we bring this to you for final approval at the next meeting, presuming you want to move forward with it. So that's that on the cannabis. With regard to the transient occupancy tax, this is actually more of an amendment. It's an ordinance just amending your current ordinance. But I will say that we haven't touched it since 1965. So I did a review of kind of, well, what's new, what should we at least think about putting in, what kind of changes. I may find more between now and when you do your final approval, because this is just, like I said, it's been a long time, and I only had so much time to actually really dive into this, but I did make a few changes. I did change the amount from, the tax amount from 8% to 12%. We may want to make that a max rate, and I didn't think about that because I think we just had a straight up, this is 8%. So I'll probably change that. I just thought about that after this had already gone to print, but I think it makes sense to potentially establish maximum rates so that you actually have that ability anyways, but it's nice to put it in the ordinance to make it clear for those that are, following along and want to know what they're subject to. Since this ordinance has not been amended since 1965, I also included that the tax, to the extent permitted, could be imposed on charges by online travel companies. That's been an issue. It's always in litigation. It's always a moving target. But there is some indication that if you include that language, that you can actually do that. There's also some language, a requirement that you really should have in there that the operator holds whatever proceeds they get in trust for the city. So I added that language as well since we didn't have it in our ordinance. So those were the major changes. I cleaned up the exemptions language because the exemptions language had some exemptions that still hold true, but there are others out there. And rather than actually putting in all of the exemptions and then potentially having them change again, I just put it in that if you're not allowed to, if we are required to exempt it, we're going to exempt it. So I changed the language there. And again, if you guys are good with these amendments in substance, then this is what we'd be proposed to the voters. If there are changes, you'll hear. If there's anything else that I find, I'll bring it to you before the final passage. So with that, we were hoping just to get you to consider, and so that we can get these, and if you're good, or let us know what other changes you may want, or if there's any questions, we can get them resolved. And then if you'd like, you can direct us to bring this to you at the next meeting for a formal resolution so that we can get it to the county, who I'm sure is waiting with bated breath for all of these tax ballot measure ordinances. We'll also have proposed ballot measure language for you at the next meeting for both of these, if you guys want to move forward with them. With that, thank you.
Okay. Council, Councilmember Stowe, did you have any comment or anything to this regard?
Well, at first I was looking at delinquencies, but then as I read on later on this afternoon, I found it in there with my answer to my question, so I don't have it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Peñalosa, any comment?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the staff, to Julia for working on this, continuing to keep us on track, and also to, thank you for just, give me my thanks. And I just would like to make a motion to approve staff recommendations on this item.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any comment? No.
Yeah, well, I'll second.
Yeah,
And
so
I'll
that
just-
for discussion.
So, mentioning the businesses that aren't allowed yet, I did review kind of what we had suggested before, and those they still apply. They seem constrained with good sense for our area, so I don't have any concern about that, even though you did mention that there's the ability to change that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Girl, any discussion, any?
No, I was a little confused when it said it is not a sales tax or use tax, and you just said that it was a business.
It's a tax on the business. It's an excise tax, much like
Excise
the way the business license tax. Actually, both transient occupancy tax and the cannabis tax are both excise taxes and not on the sale. They're not sales and use taxes.
So I looked there, is that listed anywhere, or is that just like, you should know that?
It's in there.
Oh, is
I
it?
believe I say it somewhere in here.
Okay, then. If it's in there, then that's fine. I'll
Okay.
look through it again and make sure, but.
Here it is, in 1524.1, the cannabis business tax is an excise tax on the privilege of
here.
engaging in cannabis business activity in the city.
Okay,
Yeah, it is not a sales or use tax.
okay. And then you're going to look at what Mr. Sheldon has,
Yeah, what I think I'm actually going to do, I might, just eyeballing it, I may just eliminate the reference to the fact that you can't do it on premises, but I want to make sure it's clear that we've got, and I believe it is, because we spent so much time looking at, it's all in our other ordinances, what you actually allow and don't allow, and whether you can have two businesses, but I'll look at it and I'll tweak it,
okay.
just, to clarify, because I don't want people thinking that they can go ahead and do that now
Yeah.
either. So there's,
Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much, and for bringing it to us, and look forward to seeing it at the next meeting with the revisions and whatever clarifications, or if there are any other additions.
If I just wanted to make one comment in relation to Councilmember Grohl's question. So the excise taxes enter in addition to sales and
To
use
sales
taxes.
tax.
So they actually, I don't know what the right word is, they build on each other. So you already have sales and use tax based, in some operations, not all, like in cultivation, there isn't a sales and use tax. That's where the square footage things come in and that sort of thing. So because you're not selling anything, it's an activity, which is where the excise is the business activity. But you will, like in a dispensary environment, you'll have your sales tax and then an excise tax in addition to that.
Okay.
So you're not, I just want to clarify, you're not exchanging one for the other. They actually compound. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
It's just direction, we don't need a vote?
It's just direction.
Yeah,
I have a
that-
motion on the floor, just to.
You
to
have a
move forward.
Just move forward as presented.
So you can, since you have the motion.
There was a motion, there was a second to move forward. Do we call for vote?
Councilmember Gorilla?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes to move forward. Thank you so much. We now go on to Our next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. The final item this evening is a status and review of your local emergency on COVID-19. I'll try to be brief. As contained in your staff report, certainly the COVID emergency continues, and I would say the situations continue to be exacerbated. I think it's fair to say the number of cases continues to climb, as well as hospitalizations. There has been, since your last meeting, a couple of things of some progress. We saw for the first time some countywide numbers of homeless that have been housed under the Project Room Key, which by last report was 101 individuals across Tulare County are currently housed. Unfortunately, our navigation center is not yet ready to open its doors. They are quite candidly, what they are waiting on is the fire suppression system to be finally installed by the contractor. And I think there's some, I know that's been something that's been very important to the fire department from a residential standpoint. So quite frankly, we're waiting on the contractor to finish that part of the project. Otherwise, they're ready to open doors, and hopefully that will happen here in the month of July. Helping Hands did resume its operations on July 1st. I want to thank at this time Mr. Moore and his folks for their great coordination efforts in running a daily homeless lunch program for the better part of 2 months, going on 3. So thank you very much to all of his efforts. I know he worked a number of those weekends himself in making sure that that program continued in meeting the needs of folks. Notably, given the rise in positive cases as well as hospitalizations, we've begun to see the reclosing of the economy. Back on June 28th, the state took action to close all bars. And then on July 1st, and I didn't mean to, I mentioned this at your meeting last Tuesday, I was hearing that restaurants were next on the list, and sure enough, on July 1st, in-restaurant dining, family entertainment centers, bowling alleys, movie theaters, those sorts of things were also subject to immediate closure. The next I'm hearing is gyms. In fact, there was some general surprise that gyms weren't included in that closure order. I am told that we could see that as soon as this week in the reclosing of gyms. And this is specific to the counties that are on the state's monitoring list, of which there are 19 current counties that are on that list. And with these closures, it's at a minimum of 3 weeks that those closures remain in place as the state continues to monitor for looking at positivity of cases, returning back to 8% of all tests, as well as a reduction in hospitalizations. As the council's aware, and that kind of leads me in, that Sierra View reached capacity, which ended up resulting in the activation of Porterville Developmental Center as a regional alternate care site. Last official count, there were 4 individuals under care there. I understand that there may be up to 6. Speculation is, or projections are, the first 50 beds that are currently available will be filled, and it is potential over the next 2 weeks that all 150 beds that have been prepared up there could be filled in the next couple of weeks. That all really depends on how hospitalizations continue to occur. Talking about testing, the veterans testing site, I really want to appreciate the messaging that I would say kind of got that kick-started. There was an initial fear that that testing site may be relocated out of Porterville. There was conversations about moving it to southwest county, maybe in the Early Mart area. It did remain here, and now is fortunately a lot of testing is happening now. Ideally, the state wanted 50% capacity. So if they're capacity to do 125 tests a day, they were looking at 50%. Every day is at least 80% of the available tests are being utilized on a daily basis. In fact, now if you try to get a test there, I'm told you have to wait at least 3 days to be able to get in. I do want the council to be aware the veterans have have notified the state that they wish for the state to vacate the site at the end of July. The contract that the state has with the veterans was through the end of August. So there is some discussion going back and forth between the veterans, Portable Veterans Group, as well as the state upon if the state will be able to remain at that, using that facility as its testing site through the end of August, or if they are asked to, by the veterans, to leave the site as of the end of July, which a contingency plan is being evaluated. Perhaps the armory may serve as that other site. There is a concern of what the veterans would intend to do should they made mention about renting the facility again for functions, which would not be obviously an allowable activity in the current conditions. Given all of these elements that are continuing, there are conversations, and I wanted the council to be aware, we are looking at how we can stagger shift, is what I'm going to call, especially your employees that are within a indoor setting. And so what we're looking at is, instead of I would say, as folks are customarily working 7:30 to 5:30, how we might be staggering that so we can not reduce our footprint, but still provide the services that are, so I just wanted you to be aware that that is an active conversation happening right now with those employees, and how we can, this is quite candidly, this is going to become a matter of attrition. As you see numbers of quarantines and other cases of positive rise, being able to continue to provide services as we need to the community with the resources that we have, how are we able to mitigate, reduce the percentages of transmission within our workplace, and continue to provide the services that we have. So that is an active conversation, which could see some implementation as soon as next week. So I just want the council to be aware that we're actively in those conversations. There had been a question by the council previously with regards to eviction moratoriums. There was a particular executive order that Governor Newsom made, which extended the eviction moratorium until September 30th. That was supposed to be through the end of July. He's now pushed that out through the end of September. With some good news, and this was reported at your budget meeting last Tuesday, the city has been allocated approximately $740,000 in CARES Act funding through the state budget. There's been a significant CARES Act allocation to the County of Tulare as well, which the County of Tulare, given the size of their allocation, has said that if a city utilizes all of its allocation and has extra funds that it can seek reimbursement, eligible funds to seek reimbursement, that the county would allow a city to seek reimbursement under the county's CARES Act funding. So that is something that we're evaluating as well. And by example, what I mean by that is, if our CARES Act allocation is $740,000 and we're able to demonstrate $900,000 in eligible reimbursements, that the county will allow us to petition for $160,000 through their allocation. So that's an ongoing conversation, one that Maria Bemis and I have been in coordination with, and we'll also be evaluating that with our code enforcement efforts, acquisition of PPE, which has been sizable during this time, and collectively coming forward with what is the best way to recover expenditures that we've incurred through this emergency, and being able to take advantage of available funding. And then I guess kind of want to wrap up, and probably for the touchstone of the conversation has been the governor sent a letter to all cities and counties yesterday, and I think it showed great urgency that the governor had with the trends that are occurring, that jurisdictions all do all that they can to have their public wear face coverings consistent with the public health order, which is anytime that you are in an indoor setting and don't have 6 feet social distancing, and outside, as well. If you are out in an outdoors environment and don't have 6 foot of social distancing, then you are, having a face covering. So with that, I know that I've been in communication with Captain Costello. We've begun to receive calls at the police department of folks concerned about people not wearing face coverings in different establishments in Porterville. I will tell you, just last week to this week, I saw a change here in City Hall. I would say it was not as pronounced. We saw, just in the last 2 days, I've noticed that every customer, I didn't see every single one, but I was consciously looking at, everybody was wearing a face covering that came into City Hall that I saw in the last 2 days. And that's just been a change since last week. The governor is seeking jurisdictions' assistance and really trying to reinforce the message of wearing face coverings when in public, when you can't maintain 6 foot social distancing. If I can add, and I know Captain Costello will be happy to provide further clarification, the governor referenced in his letter the ability to cite somebody with a misdemeanor. I'm going to suggest that the criminal means, even though alluded to by the governor, is not the one that you're going to want to pursue.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, there's even some questions of constitutionality.
Well, yeah, I mean,
So in essence, you're going to want to be looking at your administrative means, which through code enforcement, whether it's a notice of violation, and I believe it would then fall underneath our public health and safety elements, which is after a notice of violation, which is basically a written warning. Subsequent
so a couple things.
Violations would be $100, $500, or $1,000 fines.
Okay, yeah, so a couple things. Where to begin
I
with this one?
packaged a lot for the city attorney.
Yeah, okay, so on the face coverings, just be aware that it is a little bit, it was kind of put forth by the state a little bit differently than than everything else, but they are maintaining it as the same. So that's the official position is, so the governor has not issued an explicit executive order on this. What the California Department of Public Health issued its guidance, but it's mandatory. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion in the city attorney circles on this. So it still puts us in a little bit of an awkward position on enforcement. However, hence why I think we got this in some respects, because I think that the governor may recognize it's not necessarily the clearest mandate ever that's been come through, and that's saying a lot given what we've been dealing with the last several months. So, and if you look at, and I pulled all of the statutes in here just to look at them and see what they say, and it is very clear that our police department has potential, because there's this explicit statute that says that the chief of police has the same ability as the sheriff to enforce local health orders. Of course, it's permissively written for the county, so for the sheriff. So it's interesting, there's just all kinds of ambiguities in the law. All that being said, we do know that they are being upheld by courts. I'm not saying it's not necessarily enforceable, it's just hard to find that line that shows you how it's enforceable. And criminal, and he's right, I mean, most of everything in here is, hey, you can cite them for a criminal misdemeanor, which also means we can cite them for a criminal infraction, because you can always cite for less. But the question is, do you really want to do that? So, I agree with the city manager. I think that administrative citations at most is probably what you want to do. And really what you probably want to do is try to just really drive home education and try to get, and deal with the ones that are obstinate. And then figure out what you're going to do with the ones that are really causing a problem. So, and the administrative process will be better. So if you're going to go that route, I would recommend, and this has been in the hard part because nobody seems to want to do this, even the governor, because the governor didn't do an executive order. I don't think that's by, hey, it's because he doesn't, I don't know that he wants, this is a tough issue. He knows people have strong feelings about this. But, and so, which is interesting because he's done a whole lot of executive orders, but he did not do one here. Instead had the state do it, or the department do it. So I would recommend an order if you guys are going to truly engage in any kind of strict enforcement, because we need something. And so you guys have the ability through, this is where we did the declaration or the proclamation of emergency in the beginning. If you're wanting to, have a citywide wear a mask order consistent with the state's guidance, and you want to have that explicit, that helps in us enforcing if that's where the council wants to go. So I would recommend, that you go ahead and issue an order, and that'll be, and we'll have that evidence through this meeting, and then we can have something to cite to concerning it. And I wouldn't recommend you do anything beyond, what the state has said, which is, the state's got, that, they are pretty clear about where they want masks worn and what the exceptions are. So anyway, sorry to go on and on, but it's
No, I appreciate
not
the
necessarily the clearest
information.
issue.
And you are correct, because he didn't issue there, we were sent a letter.
Yeah, well, and exactly, the governor, and he's citing all the criminal stuff, which is really.
Correct.
But you do have the ability with anything that's criminal to generally call it administrative. However, we don't have anything explicit on the books when it comes to wearing masks. And unfortunately, the state gave us something that doesn't, on its face, is not, people tend to look at this and go, it only says guidance. It's not really mandatory. Well, hasn't been true with really, frankly, with any of what the governor's done. But it's written permissively because they don't want to sound heavy-handed, to be quite candid. So, but that is creating issues for the lawyers.
Yeah, so there have been cities that have implemented specific face covering ordinances that
Right.
have reduced, but I would say fines. Santa Monica, I know, has a specific.
Right, and we
face
could do an
covering
ordinance too, but we don't have anything prepared today, so
Right.
that just means another meeting. I think you can get there via an
Well,
order.
And I think that really becomes one of the questions. If you
Yeah.
do want to pursue this in a more rigorous, even more than the state, that it would be by a particular.
Right, then you would definitely want to do an ordinance. If you're going to go stricter than the state, then you'd want to do an ordinance.
City of Pismo Beach is another example where they did consider an urgency ordinance, which required 4/5 of the council to waive the 30-day after second reading, which they did not get 4/5 council, they had 3/5, which.
Which means
so
they have an order, they actually have an
they-
ordinance in place probably now, right?
Right.
Because the 30 days is expired.
Right, so, but just as an example, where they were pursuing it as an urgency ordinance, they did not receive the 4/5 vote of the council, it was 3/5, and therefore it just became
A
they
regular
voted
ordinance.
again on it, and not as an urgency ordinance. and
I think actually it passed
It passed 3/5.
3/5, which meant it wasn't urgency, it was just a regular ordinance. I don't know, but it ended up being effectively a regular ordinance, but, anyways.
That's if you want to do an ordinance, correct?
Huh?
If you want to do an.
If you want to do an ordinance. I don't think you have, like I said, I don't think you necessarily have to, unless you're going to go beyond. And quite frankly, if you've read the guidance, I don't know that there's really a whole lot more to go beyond on this. It's pretty strict. The only thing it allows for is, it does allow, it has some exemptions in there for the very young, those that are affected through a health condition, those that need to be able to see mouths because of their a hearing impairment, for example. So those exceptions are in there. There's also allowances for when you're outdoors and able to socially distance from those that aren't in your immediate family. So you are able to, but there is the workplace restrictions are pretty strict. You have to have a mask covering on in a place that's open to the public, even if there's no member of the public there, for instance. That's what the state
I want
guidelines
to ask a question about, because, in town, there's been some people who have have really stringent self-imposed guidelines for wearing masks within their store, but they're not enforcing them, claiming that somebody with a medical issue can have a waiver, but they're not asking them if they have a medical issue. They're just not confronting them. And what is there proof?
There's nothing on that. You'd have to, and that's a difficult issue because that's where you get into the constitutional issues because of privacy
And I can see for
concerns.
one person, but when there's a family of 5 in there and they're all claiming that the same thing, it seems like it's
I think
difficult.
it's going to be difficult to do anything other than take somebody at their word, which is what you have going on. You have a lot of people, I've heard it myself. I've been in stores where people just say, I've got a
Which
medical condition, I'm not
Kind-
wearing one.
Kind of brings me to the point that businesses are really making a political statement by whether they're enforcing it or not. Because Smart and Final is 100%. They don't allow anybody in without a mask, and they've got everything, lined. They're giving people masks where other people in town are just not doing it. I think, to me, it's like it's like washing your hands in the bathroom. I mean, there's signs there everywhere.
Yeah.
If you're not in the bathroom, you don't get to see the person that doesn't wash it. But if you're in there, like we've all been in there, when somebody doesn't do that, you know who they are. Thing about masks is that you get to see them. They're out there, and it's just the same. So I don't know, whatever we do, it needs to have some clarity, because as you did state, a lot of these mandates that are coming out are not very clear. And I think it's with the assumption that people are going to do the right thing, but that's not happening. And it's because of that flexibility that's built in there, I believe.
It's my understanding, and I'm going to go back to the mask, but from the meeting at the Board of Supervisors this morning, Mr. Lutz stated that Cedarview, they turned one of their conference rooms into a patient room, and that's what he reported out. And of course, he echoed what you had shared, Mr. Lawless, with the developmental center, and that it was going to be 50 that would be housed. But he said that within the next couple of weeks, it would be maxed out to 150 with the indication, and of course with the testing. What he did state that the strike teams, that the state sent out strike teams already to go out. He named several of the entities, and that they were going out to businesses and to locations to ensure that they were compliant to orders, and that that they were in Tulare County, and that he doesn't have the information yet, but that he would find out and would be reporting out. So it's one of these that we know that the numbers are increasing with COVID. Then we've been adhering to the executive orders all along, and then we get the letter that indicates the support and the penalties, not the penalties, but the fines, and looking for us now as an extension from the county back to the cities now. I'm going to ask council members what you feel to this regard with the mask coverings and with regard to this letter that was sent out, so that we can give direction if that's what we're going to do, or how would you like to see it happen? Councilmember Stowe.
Well, Mayor, I think you know how I feel. Wear the mask. I've been saying that all along. And
Wear the mask. Okay, we got that. That's why we wear our masks. Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yeah, I think that we need to, things are getting worse and worse by the day, and so we need to really look out for the safety, the public safety, the health safety of our community. So if there's a way for us to find some way to ensure that, I'm in favor of making sure that our community has, wears masks, and we can do some education, to continue to do education. And if we, if it comes down to it and people don't want to listen, I mean, we can use our administrative, arm, to make sure that we can ensure compliance, I think we should.
Councilmember Guerrero?
Yeah, this is, I have real strong feelings about that, just like the people who have strong feelings about not wearing the mask. So how do you account for 139 deaths? Some of those people I know. How do you account for 166 people who have gotten COVID since the last report of, was it 7th? This is affecting people. Last night I heard that a young family with a child of 2 years old don't believe that there's really COVID, that it's just a flu thing, you'll get over it. Not true. I have had individuals that I know who have passed. I have individuals who are in the hospital who have gotten COVID. This is not a simple flu. When you're in the hospital with COVID, you have no family member there in those last dying moments. Think about that. Your grandmother, your mother, your father or grandfather, or heaven forbid, your child or grandchild or great-grandchild wind up in the hospital. Their mother can't be with them, nobody can be with them. This is not a simple flu, and I don't know how to get it through to people. And I see people without their mask, and I don't go out that often. So, no, I have strong feelings about this. Just as strong about not wearing the mask as wearing the mask. Maybe even stronger because I've seen those individuals. And until your family is touched with it, then you'll change and you'll say, oh, yeah, you should wear your mask. So anything that we can do, I don't know if it has to be an ordinance, but certainly we need to do something. And if we have an administrative arm to do that, then I say we take action now, because when we don't take action and we have more deaths, then I am going to be really anyway, if we can do something, at least to educate people, to get them to understand that they need to wear those masks. The stores aren't doing it, then people aren't doing it, then I say we use the administrative arm of the city council. And people are not going to be happy with this. I know they're not. And they'll start on social media, but I don't care.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comment?
I made some comments before, and I think you probably tell how I feel about it, but I think to have willful ignorance and during a pandemic, it should be criminal. It shouldn't just be an infraction, but in our case, I think that's the most we're going to be able to do, and at least identifying it. And I think the issue too is, the delay of this administrative thing is going to be far more than a delay of putting on a face mask before you go into a store. So I don't know what the point, other than a political statement people are trying to make, but fear is a very powerful thing, and denial is one of the tools people use to conquer fear, and it doesn't kill the fear, it just delays it. So I hope people can get on board with what's happening, because that's the only way this is going to go away.
And the impact affects everyone. COVID, with regard to the people who have been tested and who have been positive, and then the family members are affected. It also affects people that have to go to the hospital, and for other matters, they can go into the emergency room and they cannot go in with the person because of COVID, and that person has to go in alone and be in the hospital alone. And then when that person is released, all this time that the person has been in the hospital, not due to COVID, but because of COVID, it still applies to them, that the family member cannot go, and sometimes the outcome is not very good, and either they're released from the hospital to go back home, either through hospice or through something else, and the family member chooses to bring them home because they don't want the nursing facility because they're afraid that there would be COVID, and so it's a domino effect. And I am understanding that public safety, the departments of public safety, when there have been 911 calls, that there have been the transport of COVID victims to the hospital, and then that becomes an effect over onto the departments, and you have to do all the health screening to that regard. So it's a difficult task, but if we can do something, under an administrative or to do something, because we
So
get
how about
the.
this? How about an order under our emergency proclamation authorizing the city to enforce the state mask order via its administrative citation ordinance and through the use of aggressive education?
And what we can do is bring a specific urgency ordinance back at your next meeting
Or
for
we can
your
do that way,
consideration.
or you can do it, or you want to do an
Well-
order and then go to an
Well,
ordinance?
it could be both. What I could say is that we could, because we need to schedule a public hearing, there's things that need to happen to consider an urgency ordinance. You could do that. We could put the notice, I'm going to defer to the clerk's office here a little bit, but put a notice in, consider an urgency ordinance at your next meeting. And in the meantime, do the same thing. And then that's another option.
And again, we did get the letter, all of us received the letter, and it was, okay, this is why we're discussing it, because it's one of these things that it was sent to each and every one of us to this regard, but it affects the Department of Public Safety.
And in that letter, it says local government that refused to abide, ensure compliance, take enforcement actions, on and on and on. This is being put not just at the county, but locally.
Well, and a bit of that is in response to, there's been some public officials that have said they will not do that.
Yes.
And so, if you are going to receive, I spoke about the CARES Act funding, you have to certify that you're going to follow this. So to even receive the funds, and believe me, there's I call it a naughty list, a naughty and nice list. There's a Santa's list that's being kept of are you one of those that have said, you might have said you're going to follow this, but you've come out publicly and say you're not. There's also been other, I'm aware of at the county levels, because there have been some sheriffs that, not our sheriff, but other sheriffs that have said, I'm not going to enforce this. And they've been told, okay, well, then your realignment funds are going to be withheld, which is millions of dollars that goes towards jail operations. So there is a number of levers that are being pulled. This letter reinforces that point, which says that remember that by, as through the budgetary process for CARES Act funding, as I just talked about City of Porterville, that we will be following it. I would not recommend you take a position that says, no, we're not going to do that, because that's going to run us contrary to the funding that's been allocated. So, but what we can do, going above and beyond, is look to schedule, if you would like, to have a specific face covering ordinance. Tulare County has one. It's guidance. It's not it's similar to the state. It's a guidance. It was done actually several months ago. So
there's nothing really we can do now?
Well, I think what the city attorney is suggesting is that what you would be doing in any event is you're not finding somebody the first incident, is you can begin your rigorous education.
Yeah.
Basically
Right.
saying,
You
you
can
know
start
what?
via an order and then approve an ordinance to make it more official,
Oh, okay.
is what I think what
And the order would take
John's getting at.
The order.
effect immediately?
Yeah, order would be effective immediately. I'm just looking to see if there's,
And the residents of Porterville have always been so strong. We've gone through so many things, challenges, and we've overcome them. And we're so patriotic as well. When we had the closure, the lockdown, whatever you want to call it, people did it. I was so proud that people were doing that. This is a simple mask, and I can understand if you have health issues, but it's a simple mask. I have asthma, and I can still wear it. We have essential workers that are wearing it 8 hours a day. All we're asking is that when you go out in public, that you wear your mask, like a seatbelt.
I agree, and I think too, you mentioned the naughty and nice list. I think that, just even looking at the economy, I think there's people out there that are putting businesses on the naughty list. They'll never go back in favor of folks that are not following the rules, who will now be their lifelong customer. I don't know that this ambiguity is serving people in their best decision making right now. So I'm definitely for this.
And one of the conversations in the county and the Board of Supervisors, what was stressed, I listened to the meeting and I picked up a lot of information today. I try to listen to all the COVID updates to this regard. And when he brought up the state activity and indicated about the monitoring of the county, of course, the immediate one was the closure of the bars, et cetera, and then that it would go for the 3 weeks. And if the county continues to fall off, then it would continue to roll back to some of the industries that would be retail again. It would be your hair and your nail salons, including your gyms, and you're going to go back to where it was just a few weeks ago. And this is serious, because we are being monitored. The county is being monitored. And each time there's a rollback, the numbers continue to rise. And so whatever we can do, we've given you some direction, I believe, to that regard.
Do you want to go ahead and approve an order tonight so that we can start?
Do you need a motion on them?
Yeah.
And we can have that.
And then you can, and along with, what I had suggested would be go ahead and do an order to approve an order under the emergency proclamation that would authorize the city to enforce the state mask order via its administrative citation ordinance and through the use of aggressive education. You could do that for now, with the understanding that we'll bring an urgency ordinance to you for further discussion and potential consideration approval.
Okay, did you make a motion?
Me?
Oh, did I hear? No.
No, I was suggesting the language
Oh,
of a
you were
motion.
suggesting that, I'm over here.
But
I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and do the order as stated by the city attorney.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Gurrola and a second by Vice Mayor. Please call for vote if there's no further discussion.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous. Thank you. We will now go into oral communications.
Brock Neely, address on record. As far as the mask ordinance and everything, he needs to wear a mask. He's going to be out in here hacking and coughing.
Oh,
Mr. Shelton needs to wear a mask. The other thing is you might want to consider a kind of a marketing thing. Are you wearing a mask? Masking for a friend? Great slogan. And a correction on what Mr. Lawless said, our sheriff did publicly state that he was not going to enforce it until he got a call from the state telling him he was going to lose his realignment funds. He also was given a writ of mandamus from the Attorney General to do tests. That's why he had 0. He wasn't testing at all. When they finally did tests, they found 13. He was told that he's a law enforcement officer, not a judge, and not an attorney by the Attorney General's office. We need to re-elect a new sheriff that knows how to follow orders and follow the law, not his law.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth under oral communications?
Kathy Capone. I wanted to first say how proud I am of the city of Porterville, both the city council and the city staff. You take issues very seriously. You delve into, understanding the nuances and the new trends in the world. And I'm very proud to be a citizen of Porterville. I wanted to say that about the item 19, about the emergency drought status, we consider it is wonderful that we are taking care of those people, that the city of Porterville is considering the wider Porterville area and making sure that, or attempting to make sure that everybody has safe drinking water. And what we're doing in ways is enabling the overdrafting of the water table. Unless we reduce the water use for ourselves as the city of Porterville and for the surrounding areas, we're causing a greater problem by continuing to pump more out of the aquifers. So I think we need to really, and I know that you're doing so many things, and in some ways I hesitate to bring up this again, but I think that I just have to keep hounding at it, because that water table is a finite resource, and we must either reduce our draw from it or put back into it, or the problem will continue to get worse. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any oral communications that have come in?
Yes, one, Your Honor. So this is from Barbara Sell. I emailed a letter to all council members about the illegal fireworks in town. I also stated I called the fire department to report a fire on July 3rd, 2020 on Telegraph Hill on North Main. I wrote that I called 2 times to the fire department and no one answered. I then called the police and they tried to put me on hold. I told them no because I was reporting a fire since the fire department didn't answer and gave the location. She said there were engines on the way and thanked me. My letter was read to the council, as were many others. It was Virginia Garola who later said she had a comment about my letter. She asked, as though she didn't know, aren't fires reported to 911? Shouldn't she have called 911 with no one answering her? Excuse me, I was taught to call 911 for emergencies only. This was not an emergency since I think she meant since no people or houses are on this hill. It was a wildland fire. You do not call anyone else out because of their letter. Was it the fact that I said all of you have some problems that need to be fixed, like no one answering phone calls to the fire department? If they aren't going to answer, then the calls need to be routed to the police station when there is someone to answer. I would like an email or call to be informed if anything is going to be done. Thank you, Barbara Sell.
Thank you. We will now go into other matters. Councilmember Garola?
Yes. So I want to, at the next meeting, have a discussion on fireworks. There was quite a few communications sent in regarding the fireworks. I also felt like we were under siege, and I live on the furthest corner of the city, and I didn't see the fireworks, but I could surely hear them, and they have been going on for a month, if not longer. And I have to, for all the reasons that were stated, I would like to see that on the agenda so that we can discuss it.
Thank you.
But you have to take an action.
I would.
Oh, we
I
have to
would
take an
like-
action?
Okay, you're making,
If you want to actually schedule it today, you need to take an action.
Oh, that's right, to put on, I keep forgetting that.
You have a procedure where it has to go on and then be approved for the next meeting.
Okay.
If you want to do it today, then you avoid the 2 meeting procedure.
Then I want a motion that we put on scheduled matters, the fireworks issue.
I would second that, yeah, and I,
Legal or illegal?
Both.
both.
Just clarify.
We have to have that discussion, it needs to be brought, and I second it because had been going on for a month. So I will second that. If there's no further discussion, let's call for vote on that. Councilman, oh, you're going to do the vote. I'm ready to call the vote. Okay, please go ahead.
Councilmember Garola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. It passes unanimous, and we will see it on the next agenda. Okay. I'm going to call Councilmember Stowe for other matters.
I have none, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
No, the only one that I'll mention is to continue to urge the public and the community residents and the Portable residents to comply with the guidelines set by the governor and health officials. Things are not getting easier for us, and we have the PDC that's looking to be opened and to serve those that are affected by COVID. So we got to be cautious of our decisions and what we do and how we ensure when we go out in public. And I just want to once again, unfortunately, there's been more deaths in Tulare County, and so offering my condolences to those families and just wishing everybody to make sure they continue to be safe.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I kind of wanted to mention something about fireworks too, and I'm glad you brought that up. But one of the things I wanted to mention is that how hard these guys were working out there that whole night. Some of the things I've heard make it seem like they were doing something else, or that something else wasn't more important. But there's tree fires, there's river fires, there's officers on special detail, there's officers that see something a block away, park their car, and walk to find who did it. That kind of stuff is happening out there with the very limited force we have, with COVID in place, with all the precautions everybody's got to take, walking into a situation that is literally explosive. So I feel for everybody who wrote all those letters, especially the veterans, and I got the same from you last year and probably the year before, Mr. Neely. So I know what you're saying is true, and I think it's time to seriously consider some of that stuff. But as far as public safety not doing anything or not taking it seriously, that's absolutely the opposite. When I hear those sirens, my scanner comes on and I want to find out what's going on, especially these days, especially with the feedback we're getting on things. I want to make sure it's going the way I think it should, and it always does, especially that night and leading up to that night. So, and that's my stance, and if anybody sees me and wants to talk more about it, I'm glad to do it. But I just wanted to get that out.
I want to thank you to the public safety departments, because you've done a lot, and through pandemic, it's there, and you've been there, and without reservations, you have been involved by taking patients and taking them to the hospital and being there beyond the other situations and matters that you take care of. I just want to share that I also received a letter from the Tulare County Health and Human Services, and it was sent to the city managers and to the mayor, but it has to do with an outreach on behalf of the county with regard to the promoting of to follow the guidance on essential travel, social distancing, and the wearing of face masks, and it would be to do a production of a video. And I called Mr. Lutz today to find out more information as to the participation. And I said if he hadn't gotten response from anyone else, he should probably make a phone call. And then I simplistically asked if the production would also be in Spanish. He said he had given that thought, and I says, well, you might want to give that consideration, because I believe you, when you shared with me the demographic population of the pie chart, it was, I says, you need to reach the community. And I shared with him that I would have no problem with doing something in English and Spanish for him. I know we were a little rusty. I know that I was in the very first video that we put out of we've done a lot better with putting some information up. But that very first one is like, you want me to say what? In front of a camera? Okay. Can you help me here? From there on, it has gotten a lot better. But I wanted to share that outreach has also been made. And with that, Mr. Lawless?
What I was going to add is Mr. Lutz had also indicated that they may be also asking if how Milt Still by Mayel will be able to participate in that video also, knowing that he's been a huge advocate of face coverings. So heads up, you may, I don't know if that reach out will occur or not, but that was made reference.
I'm glad.
I do want to say, I would tell you, I can't tell you with absolute surety, but I will tell you in the conversation with my colleagues, and I know that both your police and fire chief could tell you this, many cities didn't do anything with regards to fireworks given all of the protests that had happened. They purposefully did not do any enforcement out of concern for their public safety folks. I can tell you Fresno and Clovis did not do any enforcement. There was not going to be any illegal your department did that for 10 days, resulted in twice as many. We had 29 citations, almost $45,000 in fines that were levied. There were 3 arrests associated with that enforcement actions as well, on unrelated charges, but still was part of the enforcement effort. Now, whether you collect those funds, that's not been our great history. Many of those we end up turning over to collections given the lack of payment. But there was significant action, I would say more than any other, with the task force that in detail that worked for almost 10 days in that regard. So, but I can tell you, and I heard this from members of council, there was many mechanisms that folks were doing to get away with this, whether they just drive by in cars in random streets doing it, or in most cases doing it out of their backyards. I had a neighbor of mine, together we were trying to figure out which house in our neighborhood was doing it, and between the two of us, walking the streets, couldn't figure out which house it was. So I'll be intrigued by the conversation about how, which many people feel was organized crime that was involved. And this just wasn't a city. This wasn't even a state. This was a national issue. If you read what was going on nationally in regards to the amount of legal fireworks that were being used. And so I want to say thanks. There was a lot of effort that was put in place by the police, both police and fire department with that, who also are facing folks in quarantine. And if believe me, right, and when I made this comment about staff, when you have an employee that is in quarantine, you're looking at that person being unavailable for at least 10 days right now. And that's not even positive. That's just from a contact, which is a daily occurrence in the police department right now, and probably approaching that in the fire department, given the level of cases that are. So recognize every time this happens, that is a member of the personnel that you're probably losing for the next 2 weeks, because it's taking at least a day or 2 to get into testing, and test results are taking up to 7 or 8 days. That's the state of affairs. So when you talk about personnel available, this is what I was referring to.
That's a great point.
And it goes to a conversation I had today, and I hate to be, when you talk about cases that are being positive now, what I just told you, that means you're looking at stuff that happened a week ago. That's not what's happening today. This is what happened a week ago. We'll know what's happening now next week.
Wow.
Sorry to be the bearer of that news, but I will. The cases are arising.
They are. Okay.
Just imagine, there's people that are watching these numbers like it's a stock market, only to find out that it was a week ago's numbers. That's what's really
And they'll
scary.
continue to rise. Well, thank you very much. It is 10:10. That concludes the meeting. Good night.